gonna get today kicked off here. Thank you for those of you to making it so early and punctual after a fun night yesterday. Really jam-packed day yesterday. Awesome that you were all here, but it just gets going with even more this morning. I would like to briefly just introduce the next panel. So we are kicking it off today with TikTok, focusing on everything from how to target young audiences through this platform, but also the risks of using TikTok. I'm sure all of you have thought about these questions, but we have really an amazing panel brought together today. Patrick Swanson, the head of social media at Austria's Zeit and Bild. This is a part of the ORF, the National Broadcasting Corporation in Austria. He will be moderating today's panel. He's an award-winning digital journalist and oversees the largest news pages on social media, engaging over 2.3 million users across TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook. He specializes in innovative digital storytelling to captivate young audiences. So you'll hear a lot about his project today, but also from three amazing panelists. So not to take up any more of your time, I will jump in here and I will close the session off in an hour. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Can you hear me? Yes. It's very nice to be here on this morning. Thank you for making it to our early session about TikTok. We are going to be speaking about how to reach young audiences on this platform, which is what we're all focused on in our work. This is an incredible opportunity, I think, for publishers, but it's also a big, big challenge, and it's a platform that comes with large challenges, and we're going to dive into those as well. Before we get started, I would just like to very briefly introduce my background and also my perspective on this, because TikTok can be a contentious issue. And I think it's important for you to know transparently where I'm coming from here. I have been head of social media, as Ryan said, here in Austria for our news department at ORF for 10 years. And as many publishers have, we've struggled with the question of how to reach young audiences. And we started with Facebook, as many people did, and moved on to Instagram, as many people did. And then we got on TikTok 1.5 years ago. And we have 400,000 followers now on our TikTok account. Maybe we can show it, I'm not sure. It's up. So this has been a success for us, this account. We do well with it, and I have to say that I'm very surprised about that, because when we started 1.5 years ago, I thought that this would be a great challenge. I thought that it would be very difficult to do the news on TikTok for a variety of reasons, but it has proven to work well. And I think that it gets to a key and important point of what we're going to discuss, which is, why is it so important to reach young people with the news? And do they actually care about the news? I am very often confronted with this preconception that young people don't care and you can forget about it and you're never going to reach them. This, I think, is completely wrong. And the reason I think that is because I find ways to measure our work. And so what I do a lot is I go to schools. I get invited to speak in classrooms with students, 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds, about our work. And it's a very interesting experience for me, because I would go into these classrooms, and oftentimes the teachers who are older would warn me beforehand and say, Mr. Swanson, you need to understand, they have no idea what you're talking about. And I would say, well, let's see. And then I would walk in, and it turns out if I try and speak to them about newspapers or television, which is our background basically, it's true. They hardly read newspapers. It's hard to reach young people on television. But when I ask them, well, are you on TikTok and do you follow our account on TikTok, all the hands go up. And this is surprising for the teachers as well. And this is how I get to measure the impact that we have. Of course, and this is going to be a large part of our discussion, I think, the platform has tremendous challenges. We have an unpredictable algorithm. It's like a casino sometimes. We have issues with content moderation. And we also have the fact that the platform might be banned or is already being banned on government devices. There is talk of a complete ban in the United States, in Montana right now. And so this is something that we have to grapple with, I think. And thankfully, I have a great panel to discuss this with three journalists who are doing incredible work on this platform, who are really pushing forward the boundary of how to do serious news and to do community building and audience engagement on this platform. And I would like to hand it over to them now, just briefly in the beginning, so that they can introduce their projects. And I would like to start with Johanna Rüdiger from Deutsche Welle, who is head of social media strategy there, and also has a project where she does TikTok on her own, where she has news about Germany, about Berlin, about German politics in English for an international audience. And so, Johanna, if you could just take it away and explain what is the magic, what are the secrets that you use to be successful on TikTok?
Yes, hi. So great to be here. So I'm going to talk about two different accounts. One, our Deutsche Welle account, Berlin Fresh, and then my personal news TikTok account, which I do in my free time, where, like you said, I do news in English about Germany, mostly for people who are around the world interested in Germany or who moved to Germany but don't speak German yet. So I have a lot of international students, a lot of migrants, refugees as my followers in my community. But I also started as the head of social media strategy at Deutsche Welle's culture and documentaries department. My job basically is to make sure we reach as many people in our target group as possible across all social media channels, and of course young people, like you said, and that's why I started Deutsche Welle's very first TikTok account called Berlin Fresh almost 3 years ago, which was quite revolutionary at the time because not many media houses were on TikTok at that time. But now Deutsche Welle has 15 TikTok accounts, so a lot have changed over the years. And I do a lot of workshops with newsrooms where I explain how to reach young people on these platforms. And I always say, for us as journalists, it's the one thing that's great news is that, yes, you do go viral with good old journalism, as I call it, on these platforms. So we as journalists already have the tools to go viral on TikTok, because it's all about, you know, well-researched facts, great storytelling, great reporter pieces, well-shot and well-edited videos, and we can do that as journalists. We just have to update our tools to include the TikTok language and the TikTok storytelling. And so, of course, that's kind of the big questions, what is important on the platform for storytelling. And I actually ask that the people who watch my videos, so my followers, my community, I ask them, why do you watch my videos, what do you like about them? And so I think we do have that video, and we can show that now.
I love the way...
Yeah, that's the video.
You explain the news, because it's very easy for me to understand, but most importantly, the way you explain it helps me understand how it affects my life.
Best, unbiased, quickest news source that I can ever imagine on TikTok.
I love your hooks that makes me stop scrolling and I know right away what I'm gonna get from the video.
I like watching Joanna's TikToks because although they are news, they are not boring. The way she's speaking it to us, it's in the TikTok lingo, so never boring and fun.
You're very relatable, you try to answer all of our questions and even make videos with us in the live streams.
It's really nice to have such a community.
So yeah, so a lot of important keywords for TikTok storytelling were already in there. So basically we have to explain the news, and we have to explain people who are watching why the news is important for their everyday life, what it means for them. And of course we have to be quick and unbiased, but as journalists we do that on any platform anyways, but it also matters on TikTok. And then we do have to have that hook, that first sentence that stops people from scrolling, because we all go through our feeds like this or like that. And so we have to have that thumb stopper moment, that first sentence that draws people in. And then in the first couple of seconds, we have to show value. We have to show the user why they should stick around and watch the video. What is the personal utility? But then we also have to be fun, which sometimes when I'm talking to journalists doing news, they're like, well, I'm not funny, I'm doing serious news, I can't be funny. I do hard news mostly as well, so I'm not funny, but my videos are fun in the sense they are engaging, and I stick to the TikTok language, so many shortcuts and different scenes. And the last important keyword in that video was community building, so you do have to be very authentic and relatable, but you also have to build a community. And I actually make a lot of videos together with my followers. I answer their questions in videos. I even meet with them and make videos with them. I do live streams and meet and greets. So that's like for me the most important aspect almost on this platform, to really build a community. But I wanted to show you another example from our Deutsche Welle TikTok account, Berlin Fresh. And that account is showing how what it's like to grow up as a young person in Berlin. So it's a culture and lifestyle account. And we have a series called Brand Breaks German Rules, where Brand explains, our creator explains about Germany's quirks and customs and cultural differences to our American audience. And I think we can show that video now.
I feel like
That the sound was okay already.
a beer. Let me try out a Berlin Huh? Excuse me, how old are you, young lady?
16.
What are you doing drinking beer?
I like drinking beer.
But what would your parents say?
Don't drink more than 3.
Oh my god, I'm calling the police.
You do know I'm allowed to drink beer, right?
Huh?
In Germany, the legal age for people to drink beer and wine is 16. And if you want to buy spirits, you need to be 18.
No way!
Actually, I might get a 4th. Do you want one?
Sure.
So that worked really well for us because it was a very debatable topic for our American audience, because the drinking age, as you probably know, is quite different there. And this is an example for TikTok language, because on TikTok, we as creators like to present information in skits. I mean, that was like a lifestyle example, but you can also do it with news. The Washington Post mostly does news with skits. And so that is an example for the TikTok language. But I wanted to quickly show 2 last videos, because I wanted to show you how you can do very serious topics on TikTok as well. And I wanted to show you some videos of our concentration camp explainer series, because as Deutsche Welle, for us it's very important to do Holocaust remembrance and explain the atrocities that happened. And of course we do that in like really long formats and documentaries, many different sorts of content. But up to the summer, last summer, we had never done a 30-second Holocaust explainer. So I really wanted to do that. But of course, we had a big discussion in our newsroom. Should you do that? Should you do Holocaust explaining in 30 seconds on TikTok? And the answer is yes, you should and you can. And we partnered with the first former concentration camp, so the memorial called Neuengamme. They were the first on TikTok, and we did a 7-part series with them. And our users were so interested in it that one video of that series was our most watched ever video on the platform in all of 3 years. And it also worked really well on all the other platforms as YouTube Shorts. It had like 12 million views, as TikTok, almost 10, Instagram Reel, Facebook Reel, sort of the same. So I wanted to show you the first video from the series that kind of introduces the series, and then our most viral video. So if we can show that now.
Is it possible to educate people about the Holocaust on TikTok? For some people, reporting on a concentration camp like this one is not a topic for TikTok because horrible atrocities happened here. And TikTok is seen as a platform for fun. Almost 8 decades after the Holocaust, I'm visiting a former concentration camp that's actually the first on TikTok. You made a video about this window and it became your most viral video. Why?
Well, if you take a look at the window, what can you see?
It's actually a swastika.
Yes, I think it's important to show that symbols such as this one are not simply pretty patterns, but actually stand for a huge amount of atrocities that took place here.
Yeah, and if we just want to show the second video right after that, which became our most viral one.
Do at a former concentration camp. Number 1, don't forget where you are. In this concentration camp, thousands of people were killed. Don't worry about your outfit. We don't have a dress code, but do worry about your shoes.
The ground isn't meant to be easy to walk on here because stones like this one symbolize the pain and the suffering that the prisoners had to endure.
Don't judge how others behave. There was a family who took pictures of their toddler in the exhibition, which seems inappropriate, but this toddler's great-grandfather had been killed here. This was the way of the family to say, we're living despite the murder of our relative.
So our users told us in the comments, of course we want these kind of topics on TikTok. We use TikTok for information and for explainers, and it was a very debatable topic, and also the reason why it worked is because we used the TikTok language. Again, you know, we have a hook, we have different scenes, and we have instead of doing an interview with the volunteer who worked at the former concentration camp, we had him speaking directly to the camera to make it more relatable and authentic.
Okay, thank you very much, Johanna. Let me ask you one question before we move on the Holocaust series and maybe your account in general. You mentioned there was some pushback in the newsroom and some debates over whether this was a good idea to do. How did that debate unfold? How could you argue that this was a valuable project?
Well, because we noticed whenever we do pieces on Holocaust remembrance or Holocaust explainers, we have young people who are very interested in the topic, but don't know much about it. Like many of our American audience didn't really know about concentration camps. So our argument was we have to reach them on the platforms they are on, and have to meet them with their because we partnered with the first former concentration camp on TikTok, we already had sort of that, we had that experience with them, and they knew how to do this topic without being, you know, inappropriate.
Okay, thank you. With that, I would like to move on to Diana from Gen in Romania. You have also been successful on TikTok with reaching young audiences, also on Instagram. And from what I gather, you really identified that this was something where traditional media in Romania was perhaps failing or was not really adequately addressing young people, and this is why you founded Gen. Could you explain the idea behind it and what you're doing in Romania?
Yeah, so first of all, I'm very honored to be with such lovely ladies doing stuff, and thank you so much, Patrick, for the introduction. I'm Diana, and I define myself as an activist. I've been working for 6 years and a half as a civic activist in Romania. I keep saying that I used to have a life before that, and holidays and weekends, and I heard there are people still doing that, so good for them. After a series of protests in Romania, I decided to get involved and create an NGO focusing on young people. So this is how it started, and it was a very selfish reason because we Romanians tend to do revolutions or protests in the winter, so from a certain age you're just like not gonna do this minus 10 degrees protests anymore. I hope some young people with good no back pains will come and replace me. So my idea was to make them aware enough of what's happening in Romania and the world so that they will stand up when they feel like something is threatened in their democracy, in their state. And we started doing media literacy project, explaining history to young people, using history as a civic education tool and stuff like that. And I did I don't know, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of kilometers. I drove around Romania doing workshops in small communities. I don't like to go to big cities because they have enough privileges and exposure. And whenever I would go there and ask them, where do you get your information? Or tell me, do you know about this journalist? Do you know about this media projects? Always it was an awkward silence because they were living in a completely different world. The names I would drop, they would be like, yeah, we don't care. These are boring people who are doing traditional media, which is, they would constantly say they are all biased, they are all smart asses, pardon my French, and they tell us what to do and what to think, and we don't trust them. And at some point we said, let's try to do something. I don't define myself as a journalist, I don't want to be like that because I am very proud of being an activist. But I can't do my work if they have no clue what's happening in the world. So my work as an activist always stops when I ask them, do you know about Turkey? And they would be like, what's happening? And I would say, go to this website and read. And they said, websites? Who does that? And I'm like, the media, because this is the old school. Long story short, we started the project voluntarily. We did a lot of hard work for, I think, almost 1 year, fully volunteering. Our big advantage, and I keep explaining that to journalists who come to me and say, I want to have the exact product, where do I start? And I said, okay, well, work for 5 years with young people as we did, build in them trust in what you're doing, build in them engagement and curiosity, and the product will come. That's why for us it was easy to do it in a volunteer work, because we had the base, we had the community there. They would trust us, and the kids would just, I call them kids, pardon, it's like they're 18, 20 years old, would do it because they enjoy it. And we started in 6 months, I think, before the full-scale invasion in Ukraine started. We would be doing like 1 news per day on Instagram. And it was already overwhelming, like one per day with a team of volunteers, it's a lot. And then when the invasion started, we found ourselves in very high demand. Like they were asking us, please tell us what's happening there. Please let us know. We are seeing the war in Ukraine through your eyes. And that was a very huge problem for us, because we were not supposed to be their only source of information, but they wouldn't go anywhere else. So we have a team of young people, all under 24 years old. They are the ones who are choosing the topics. They are the ones who are creating the news. They are the ones writing it. And because we want a young person's feeling of the world, we can show them this is what's happening in the world, but you are the judge of what you want to push to your audience, because you know better than we do. I'm 40 years old. I sort of understand them, but I'm not quite there. So, and then we said we need to be on another platform, because the vulnerability of being on social media is huge. You are completely in the hands of a certain company. And we started with TikTok, because we heard the same as everyone before, that the young people are on TikTok. And it was very hard, as you said, very unpredictable. It's like a lottery with TikTok sometimes. But you need a lot of hard work. So in the beginning, we were very on and off with our presence there, because we didn't know how to grasp the problem, the videos, how serious can it be, because we don't consider ourselves as a proper journalistic project. We are more like a gateway to, we hope to be a gateway for them. We hope that they don't stop with us. They go further and look for, create habits of reading bigger journalistic projects. So we then joined the accelerator facilitated by IPI, and we met Joanna, and that's the definite milestone for us of understanding a little bit TikTok, because she was very generous in sharing with us actual helpful tips, not, yes, TikTok should be like this, like most people do, and it really helped us. And I can, if you have it ready, we can show a few clips. They are in Romanian, so I'll talk over them, so you don't get bored unless you feel like learning the difficult Romanian language. We have 3 styles, let's say, of content on TikTok, and this is Vox Populi. We started it, I think, in the first months on Instagram, and we moved it also here. And the concept is it's very simple. One of our reporters, this is Denisa. I've known her since she was 14 years old. I've been working with her very close, and she's one of the most amazing people in my team. She's now 19 years old, and she's going out and asking regular young people on the street about certain subjects. In this case, we had a discussion about cyberbullying. And this is a commercial product, because we have we started having a lot of offers from companies, because they don't know how to reach the young audience. So we are amongst the only projects in Romania who are reaching young audience in a serious way. We are not focused on politics. We're only focused on what's relevant and useful for young people. But because we are not one influencer, because there are many young influencers in Romania, we are more trustworthy, because we have a team of young people who argue about the news, filter each other, censor each other sometimes. So that builds trust. When you only have one influencer, then that influencer, being young, could at some point just go wild, as we saw in so many. So that's why we are a bit more trustworthy for brands. This is another type of video. This one is, I think, last week. Our teachers are in a strike right now, a national strike in Romania, and we announced it to the young kids. And it went pretty viral because we explained in a very short 30 seconds clip why they are protesting. And this is very important for us because a lot of young people would be against the strike because it would affect their year, ending of the year. But we managed to explain it in a way so they would say, okay, now I get it. So this is basically what we want to do. At the end of a clip on TikTok, for them to say, I get it now, I will go and look for more. Because we can't cover everything with what we are doing. So basically this is what we have been doing in the last period, focusing a lot on TikTok. I think we have tripled our audience since we started working with IPI and Joanna, and we are posting every day. Raresh, Rebecca before you saw, and Denisa, they are very young. They are the only ones who are doing TikTok because we separated our team. We decided that you need brains for TikTok and another set of brains for Instagram. And they are posting every day. And it's the only project, and I've done like hundreds of projects coordinated in my life, where I can disappear for a week in other works, not holidays, unfortunately, but it's still going. So, and I take the phone and I look over it and I'm proud of what they're doing. So this is my goal, to be able to disappear at some point from this.
Okay, thank you very much, Diana, fascinating. And the third example that we have is Gabriela. You're a co-founder of Actuality. You're based in Spain, and you have really taken the Spanish-speaking world on TikTok by storm. You have huge accounts, and you're also natively focused on TikTok, which is different from other publishers who maybe started on Facebook or Instagram, as we have. So what is it that Actuality is doing so well in the Spanish language on TikTok that you think really makes you at the forefront of this trend?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for listening to my TikTok chat. TikTokers, we love talking about TikTok. Well, Actuality, what we do is we communicate the news in a very simple, objective, and entertaining way. It all started, this idea started because out of necessity, basically. I started this project with 3 of my high school friends. And the idea, it all started in like 2015. I was living in London and all this Brexit thing was going on. And I wanted to understand what was happening with Brexit, but I kept reading BBC, The Guardian, all these like very traditional newspapers, and I wasn't able to understand what was going on. Of course, if I would have spent, I don't know, 3 hours reading about it, maybe at some point I would have managed, but younger generations, we don't want that. We are more digitalized than ever, and we want things quick and easy, right? So at that point, we were like, oh, I wish there was some sort of like newspaper that would summarize things for you. And that's how the idea sort of started. I continued studying my degree, which is biotechnology, by the way. I didn't study journalism. And my friends, they also continued with their degrees. And during the pandemic, I guess we all had a lot of free time. So that's why we started working on this project a little bit more. We blew up on TikTok, but we initially started on Instagram, but it was a completely different format. It was all about like little drawings with a little bit of text, with some arrows, you know, very visual. We wanted to be very, very simple and using a very simple vocabulary so they could understand this, because our problem was that we couldn't understand traditional media and we didn't want to read articles that are like 1,000 words long. Like, we wanted it quick and easy. So that's how we started on Instagram, but I was a big nerd of TikTok for a long time, like since 2018. And I kept saying to my friend Daniela, who's also a co-founder, you need to jump on TikTok. I think it's amazing. I think the format could really work. And eventually, we started doing videos on TikTok. And it happened out of the blue. From like one day to the other, like I went to bed with 700 followers and I woke up with 50,000 followers. And I was like, what is this? What just happened here? So then is when we realized that this frustration that we had, that we couldn't understand traditional media, it was something that was going on with basically everyone in Spain. So then is when we said, okay, let's start this project. Like what? And then let's start working on this. Why is this happening? Well, as I said, younger generations are more digitalized than ever. We don't watch TV anymore. We don't read the newspaper. Our sources of information, we get them from social media. We don't even use Google anymore. I mean, we do, but if I have to look for something in particular, I look for it on TikTok, I look for it on Instagram, on Twitter. So with all these things changing, traditional media, they have to realize this, right? They have to realize that things have changed and they need to change the way they produce, they communicate news so they can reach younger generations. The way we did this is by having a very attractive format that is very simple, is very visual, and we convert information into entertainment. And we do it only in 1 minute. As Joanna was saying, we don't do it in a jokey way, we are not funny, but we do it entertaining. And this is very important, and it's also very important to use colloquial language, right? You need to speak the language of your audience. Journalists, they tend to be really serious when they write an article, and it's okay to keep like this, serious tone of voice, but always make it simple and use a very simple vocabulary. Also, our format is just 1 minute. On TikTok, that's what you want. You don't want to make videos that are like super, super long, and you need to keep their attention all the time, right? So our videos, they have like quite a bit of editing. So I got a video for you to see. What we do is in Spanish, so we don't have to play all of it, but just so you have an idea of how it looks like. It also I wanted to say that we try to be as objective as possible. People in Spain particularly, also in Latin America, they are really, really tired of newspapers being biased and having an ideology, so we try to be as objective as possible, and that's something that they really, really value as well. So yeah, I don't know if we can find the video. So this is a video about the regional Spain elections that are happening now in the 28th of May.
¿Qué votamos este 28 de mayo? En 2 semanas los españoles saldremos a votar a quien queramos que gobierne en nuestra comunidad autónoma. Recuerda que en España hay 17 comunidades autónomas, por ejemplo Madrid, Cataluña, Galicia, y cada comunidad autónoma tiene su presidente. Por ejemplo, Ayuso del partido de derechas PP es la presidenta de Madrid. Pues el día 28 votaremos a quien queramos que sea el presidente de nuestra comunidad, pero también votaremos a nivel más local, por ejemplo al alcalde de nuestro pueblo. Estas elecciones son muy importantes porque en diciembre son las elecciones generales y elegiremos al presidente de España.
As you can see, it's very visual. We talk to the camera and we explain the news as if I'm explaining it to a friend, and it's very, very visual. That keeps the attention of the viewer continuously. Different angles, different clips, sound effects. That's the way we do it on TikTok. Then, yeah, I also wanted to talk about how a lot of companies, they try to go on TikTok because it's the place to be right now, but they struggle to understand how the platform works, and this is because they just try to jump on the platform without having an understanding of how it really works. So spending time on TikTok and understanding your community, understanding the app, understanding what are the trends is absolutely crucial for success on TikTok. Yeah, basically like being on top of like what is your community talking about, what are the trends, what are the inside jokes is absolutely crucial. So then you can also talk about like really trending topics. Of course, as a media outlet, you want to talk about what is very relevant in the world, but you also want to catch up on like what's trending. And that's why we also get a lot of information from TikTok, Instagram, and Twitter. Basically, we look at what's trending, and then we make a video about that because we know that it's what everyone is talking about right now. So for example, of course, here we did a video about ChatGPT. It was a huge topic. And again, very visual, quite heavy editing, and very, very simple vocabulary. And yeah, this is basically how we've done it. We also we do get a lot of questions about, can you explain the news only in 1 minute? Well, you can give the basis about a particular news, and then of course we always provide the source. So if our viewers, they want to continue learning about this particular topic, they can always go and continue to read about it. And we also have a YouTube channel where we produce a little bit longer videos, 5-6 minutes long, and we also on Instagram where we also do some different posts.
And let me just ask you very briefly, you are generating revenue from this. So there is a way to actually make money on TikTok as well.
Yes, TikTok actually has a TikTok Creator Fund. We don't have access to this because we are TikTok partners and a media company. And anyways, it's not like it gives you a lot of money. So I wouldn't recommend going down that road. But we monetize on TikTok by doing collaborations with brands and companies. It took us a while to convince brands that we were able to do collaborations with them. Because first of all, they were at the beginning, 2 years ago, they were like, what's TikTok? Is this actually going to generate any revenue for me? Is this going to work like Instagram? I'm not sure. And then second of all, how a media outlet is going to be able to promote my products like other influencers do. So it took us a while, but we finally convinced them, and like since a year and a half or so, we started to do a lot of big brands, collaborations with big brands like Red Bull, Prime Video, Disney Plus, McDonald's. And the way we do it is very, very organic. We don't push our viewers to buy a specific product, but we just provide information about it. So it's very organic, and as Diana was mentioning, they trust us, right? We've been providing information for them for almost 3 years, and whatever we say, they really trust us. We gain their trust, right? So again, I'm not telling you need to go to the cinema, spend €7 and watch this movie, but I'm telling you what it's about. I'm providing you information about it, and then you decide. But it really works. This video here is a collaboration that we did with Disney Plus, where we were advertising this documentary about the Pope, and it had 2.6 million views, which for a brand collaboration, that's amazing.
Más influyentes del mundo, el Papa Francisco, que es el actual líder de la Iglesia Católica, y 10 jóvenes de entre 20 y 25 años de habla
So
hispana.
this video is a bit more talking to camera. It also depends. Not all the videos require a lot of like heavy editing. It really depends on the topic. So if it requires a lot of explanation, we tend to use a lot of editing, a lot of images, little arrows and stuff. For something like this, we use the trailer, we talk to camera, we explain what it's about. And also, particularly this topic, the Pope, and the Pope talking to younger generations was quite controversial. So people really had really strong opinions, so that's why also it went viral.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for all your examples. I think it's really a great introduction into how to do storytelling on the platform, and also the fact that there is pathways to revenue and pathways to community building, I think is really important, because the question always comes up, how sustainable is this in the long term? And media industry has had very bad experiences with big reliance on platforms, as we all know. So I think this is important to keep in mind. Now, having said that, I think we have some more time left, and I think this would be a good opportunity to go to the dark side and ask about the challenges that the platform has. And the first thing that I would like to ask you about is the algorithm. I have, in my work, discovered that I fail a lot. I fail a lot with the question of predicting whether a video is going to do very well or whether it's going to crash. And sometimes we have videos that surprise me that do well, and sometimes we have videos that crash, and I don't understand why. That's why I mentioned it. It really reminds me of like roulette at a casino sometimes. Is this, Johanna, is this an impression that you have, or how do you deal with the fact that you can't always know beforehand what you're going to get?
I actually disagree. I think, yes, the algorithm is different. It's content-based instead of Instagram, where it's status-based. So for us journalists, if a journalist is starting out on TikTok, that's great, because if you have a great video, you can go viral and you have one follower and you can get 2 million views. on the flip side, if your video doesn't provide value, then you can have 2 million followers and you can have 5,000 views. And I think this is what you mean by sometimes, like you said, the lottery or something like that. But I think if you're honest with yourself, most of the time you know why something doesn't work. And even if you think you've done a great video, maybe it's not in your niche. TikTok is all about the niche. You cannot leave your niche because the way the algorithm works, it's shown to a couple of people first, and if they interact with it, then it's shown to more people. For me, for example, my niche is news, hard news about Germany, and since it's my private channel, I do in my free time. Sometimes I want to do fun, sometimes I'm traveling and I want to do, 3 things you can do in Rome, but nobody wants to see that from me. So it can be like a great video in the sense I worked really hard on it, but it still doesn't work because then it doesn't get the views and people actually comment, what are you doing there? When are you coming back? I need my news from Germany. And then, I comment back, I'm like, relax, I'm just here for a weekend. I'll be back on Monday. So I think sometimes we feel the algorithm is unpredictable, but if you're being really honest with yourself and look at the video, I think most of the time it's about it doesn't provide the value for your user, and your user follows you for a specific reason, and that's why sometimes it doesn't work. But it's very content-based, which is good for us journalists because we know how to do content.
Mm-hmm. The question that I have about that, do we always know beforehand that it's only content-based? We know that there have been some reports about certain keywords, for example, that might have been suppressed in the algorithm, or we also know that influencers sometimes don't spell words in the exact correct way because they think that the algorithm is going to limit distribution of certain keywords that are in the videos. Diana, is this something that you have thought about with your work?
Yeah, for us it's easier a little bit because it's in Romanian, so so not so many people know the language, so we can get away with some things. But yeah, they're pretty ruthless sometimes with topics. From our experience, they don't like it when you're getting political. They would like you to be more on the light side of things for our channel specifically. But at the same time, I think we should be there as long as the party will last, because otherwise other people will be there, and they are doing a great job for it, unfortunately. But what we discovered, and I think it's also an interesting topic, because we don't have so much intel on who's on TikTok, let's say in Romania, but what we discovered is that our most viral video that went over 2 million when we had like 5,000 followers or something like that, was from the wedding of a far-right leader in Romania. Where we went to cover, because we are a bit obsessed of not being the ones who are making fun of extremists, because that's the sure way of putting them in government. So we want to be there. If they are there, let's understand why people are supporting them, let's understand the vibe, let's understand anything. So we were there, I mean not me, but my team, the 3 young people in the middle of nowhere at the wedding, and we posted it and it went viral because a lot of older people are on TikTok. And this is also something it's very interesting. So we have to fight the algorithm, go against the wave sometimes, because I think more older people, like my generation or older, are on TikTok and are making decisions about the future of the country based on that. So yeah, it's tricky, but we have to push back.
Mm-hmm. Another thing that happens to us occasionally when we publish videos on TikTok is that TikTok has AI content moderation, which means that they pre-scan videos for certain images that are forbidden in the community guidelines, for example. This includes guns, it can also include violence, and a recent example of this was when there was the big earthquake in Turkey and Syria a few months ago. We did videos on this because we are a news organization, we cover big news events, and we were very strategic and very thoughtful, we tried to be very thoughtful about the images that we chose that we considered safe for this young audience, but still we experienced that TikTok took some of those images, some of those videos offline, or actually what they did is they put them behind a warning that said that this is graphic content, which has consequences because it means that your video is not going to be put out in the For You algorithm, which means that the distribution is going to be severely limited. Gabriela, is this something that has happened to you where you've had to deal with this, and how do you deal with it?
Absolutely, it does happen a lot with videos that contain like a little bit like graphic images that can be blood, or like you said with the earthquake in Turkey, guns, drugs, anything like that. It does get well, we've spoken with TikTok Spain, and like now our videos, it happen less and less every time because they know that we are media and we are flagged as a media company, so we can get away with it a little bit more, but it still happens a lot. And if they don't remove the video, as you said, it's flagged, and that it does not only impact that particular video, it does impact the videos that you're gonna post on the following hours or days even, because the algorithm flags your account as, you know, they are posting stuff that is a little bit delicate, and there's a lot of kids in the platform. So that's the way that they have to, you know, get away with it. And we, to avoid this kind of situation, sometimes we edit the images, we blur stuff, so we can continue posting videos from Turkey that people really wanted to see, and we wanted them to be aware of what was going on. So we blur them, we edit the images, and that's a way where, you know, you can manage to get away from the algorithm and kind of like cheat on it a little bit. But yeah, it's for me, the algorithm, it's quite special. Sometimes it does push your videos a lot. Sometimes, you know, for whatever reason, they don't. I do agree with Diana that sometimes when you get a little bit political, you know, they try to push it down. We did have some videos that did not work at all when we were talking about the Chinese government, which is really interesting as well. But yeah, you know, there's ways to get around it, and the good thing about this algorithm is its ability to make you viral out of the blue. Like maybe your video has 5,000 views today, but tomorrow it might have, you know, 13 million views. So.
But these are real questions of press freedom as well, right?
Mm-hmm,
because
exactly.
we are now adapting, in this space, we're adapting the topics that we choose to ByteDance and to whatever preferences they might have. And it's something that I think we need to be very conscious of if we're acting in this space. Have you ever had, Gabriella, like a thought where you said, oh, we probably shouldn't do that topic because it's not going to work, maybe they're going to suppress it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're always like, can we post this on TikTok? They're going to remove it. And we're like, we're going to try. But we know that it's going to be flagged, it's going to be removed. And when that happens, what we do, which is something that TikTok hates, but we do it anyways because our audience, they ask about topics, and then if we can't give it to our audience on TikTok, then we tell them, we make a video like, we've talked about this, we're on Instagram, so come check it out as well. And that's a way as well to bring audience from TikTok to Instagram.
Johanna, as I mentioned in the introduction, governments are now thinking about or talking about potential bans of TikTok, at least on government devices. I know it happened here in Austria a few weeks ago. The TikTok is now banned on government devices. Is this something that you have to think about and it concerns you? Or do you think it is still very, very clear that the benefit is larger than whatever the issues might be?
Well, I mean, right now, this is where our audience is at, so we have to go there. But I think in general, I don't like at all that to be dependent on any social media platform. I mean, we've seen what happens with Twitter. So, so actually, we in our editorial team at Deutsche Welle, we don't even talk about TikToks anymore. We talk about short-form video content, because a TikTok for us is an Instagram Reel, is a Facebook Reel, is a YouTube Short. So, meaning we learn the short-form video storytelling, and we mastered that now, and so we can move to any other app that will pop up. We are not dependent on TikTok. We've had that example with India where TikTok is banned, and then there is an app called Josh, which is sort of a TikTok clone. So we moved to that app and are successful on that app. So we are not dependent on, you know, the name TikTok. I just believe firmly that this short-form video storytelling is here to stay for us journalists, and so we have to master it. But we can move to any other app that pops up. So I think that's really important for any social media platform, that you don't want to be too dependent on it. I mean, we heard yesterday, I think Charlie Beckett mentioned that the problem we had a couple of years ago with Facebook changing their algorithm. Everybody was doing news videos and then they changed it. So I think it's true for any social media platform. You should never get too dependent on it.
So, and this is why then you basically diversify
Yes.
And make sure that you have a broad range so that you might be able to escape to another platform or to put more focus onto another
Yes,
platform.
I mean, we will move where our audience is. That's our main focus.
So Diana, one more question to you, which is the question of trust, because you mentioned when you were talking that in Romania, much of traditional media is not trusted, and especially young people kind of are calling the bluff of traditional media. Do you think that you are more trusted? Do you think it's working?
We are trusted because from the beginning, our model of NGO, let's say, was not to do projects for young people by older people, but to involve them. So by young people, for young people. This is our motto. The two people who will take care of TikTok are 18 years old. So they trust each other more than they trust us, the adults. So this is basically very important. So it's very hard for companies who are trying to do what we are doing, and they are hiring young people, because you feel the difference of being in a project that you feel that it's yours, like our team feels with the project, and a higher person. So that's very hard. And I think it's a problem which is universal, that sometimes young people talk to us like they believe we want them to talk to us. So it's always like a double language with us. And it's very hard for us, the hardest part was, in order to build trust in the audience, was to push our team to be real. So we don't have, I think we have only one person in our team who has a little bit of background as a journalist, but the others are not journalists. So the idea is that it was easier for us to convince, like, fresh out of the high school young people to be real to the other people and explain news in a very relatable and easy way than it would have been to hire a young journalist and here it is, our platform, let's do it. It was very hard. So the trust comes from being real to them. And they are a very ruthless public. And I love it, because people would say, you might be influencing them. And I was like, you don't know young people these days. They are ruthless.
Savage.
Yeah, they are savage. Like, if you have some nuance that is not very clear and subjective, they will kill you in the comments and in private. You had this opinion that it's not okay, we don't, la, la, la. So we are very aware that they are the toughest public ever. So, and it's very good, because once they trust you, they come after you. I gave you my trust, what are you doing? Why is that comma not there? Why did you leave an extra space? Blah, blah. But, for example, when we switched to commercial, we came, I mean, not switched, but they started coming. As Gabriela said, at some point they come to you after a long while. We posted the first ad, let's say collaboration, and they were, what is this? Why are you doing this? What is this? And then we did the post and we explained, guys, this is how we work. We did volunteering for a long time, but this is not going to work forever. We try to do grants, but people don't understand what we are. We are in the middle of the road between being activists and journalists, and they don't want to trust, oh, you're only doing social media, this is not good enough. And you said we have to reach out to commercials. And when we explained, they said, yeah, we get it. And now when we have an ad and someone comes new on the platform and says, oh, this is an ad, you're trying to fool us, the community comes and says, Guy, do you want to pay for that? If you don't want to pay, then shut up and skip the commercial. So it's very interesting how they do. But yeah, this is for everyone who wants to reach the young people. Be aware, they are ruthless. And they will hunt you down if you don't keep your sincerity very clear.
This is great to wrap it up, I think. We have, I think, 5 minutes for questions. Does anybody have a question for this great panel on TikTok that we have here? Yes, please, right here in the front. Is somebody? A microphone? Thank you. I think there's a live stream, yeah.
Actually, I have so many questions, but I just ask you one. Is it too late to start with TikTok?
It's never too late.
Okay.
Start, do it.
Thank you. Add-on question, sorry. How do you deal with these commercials? Because our main goal and key thing we do is people trust us, and that's not easy in Europe. we make news, we're journalists, and people trust us. How do you not lose this trust by doing commercials, and how do you pick your collaboration partners?
Well, as I said before, it's very organic. And we're not pushing our audience to purchase anything. It's all about providing information about a particular topic. And we also are very picky with what brands we work with. It has to be organic, it has to come out like really natural, and that's why it works. So another example with Disney Plus, when Avatar was released, we talked about how they made the movie, how much money they made, how long it took to make that movie. So it was all about Avatar, but from an information point of view. So that's why they actually enjoy our collaborations, and they're not, well, some of them, they can pick up on them. They're like, oh, you are trying to, put here and that and here and there. But as Diana said, there's a lot of people who are like, well, they need to make money somehow, But yeah, we do it in a very organic way, and that's why it works. And it's because all about information, and it's not about pushing them to buy a particular product. And we select very, very well with which brands we work with and what kind of videos we make. Another example, we did another collaboration with the company in Spain that recycles all the glass in Madrid, right? So we went to the fabric sort of place where they recycle everything, and we showed our followers everything from the inside. What was the process, what they did with the glass, recycling, etc., etc. They loved it, because it's a kind of thing that no one has ever seen before. And that was a paid partnership, basically.
Thank you very much. I'm Hiroki Sugita, columnist of Kyodo News from Japan. I have a question and follow-up on the total ban, discussion of the total ban. Is that kind of discussion of the total ban making any change, ways to produce your contents, such as extra cautious measure to avoid any controversy or anything? And simply, I just want to know that is that kind of total ban possible in your own countries? I think because of the U.S. is trying to impose that total ban, but it's making it seems that going nowhere because so many young people are opposed to that idea. So I simply have a question of whether total ban is possible or not, and any change of the you could introduce to change the ways to produce your content. Thank you.
Who would like to go ahead, Diana?
I think even if they ban it in America, I was in the States in a few visits 1 month ago, and everybody was saying it's going to happen. It's going to happen. Prepare. And even if they don't ban it in Europe, which I think it's harder to do, if it's banned in the US, the wave will come. Because the young people in Romania, at least, are very connected to the coolness factor in the States. So if in the States it will stop being cool, then they will move to where it's cool. And but I think TikTok changed the social media forever. I don't think that's any coming back. So everybody will do another TikTok. Like Instagram, Meta is doing another Twitter. So I think if TikTok will disappear from the scene, someone else will do another TikTok. So our skills acquired on TikTok will be useful to go there. But I don't think in Europe it will be a total ban, in my opinion.
Okay, we have time for one more question, I think.
Hi, I'm Dorina from Lazy Woman, but I'm also creating TikTok videos on the side in Hungarian about feminism. They are educative and entertaining, and I experience a lot of harassment on the platform as a young woman talking about women's rights. I just wanted to ask if you react publicly on that at all, if you experience that well, and also how do you deal with it in the inside? Does it affect you mentally, and so on?
Mm-hmm. Johanna, maybe go first, very briefly, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's a problem on any social media app, I would say. And of course, it hits you differently if it's you personal. Like for me, it would be easier to deal with all the harassment on work accounts, but when it's my Johanna Rüdiger personal account, that of course feels very different. But I'm also quite lucky. I don't get a lot of hate in general, but the hate I do get is on topics and not personal hate, because my channel is not about, Johanna doing stuff, but it's about a news topic. So I'm very lucky that I don't get much personal hate. But yeah, I totally know the feeling. Like you get 100 comments where everybody's like, "Oh, thank you so much, you're my only source of news," and then you get one comment that's like, I think the most hateful comment I had, "Your eyebrows look like in Michael Jackson Thriller video," or something like that. And then I went to YouTube and Googled the video, and so yeah, it does affect you, and you do have to be careful. But I try to stick to the rules I have for my social media team, for my work accounts, where I'm like, don't engage with haters. Remind everybody that they should be discussing a topic respectfully, create a safe space on the platform.
Gabriela, you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we don't get that much personal hate either, but it does happen sometimes. The best way to deal with it, I mean, we have a particular hater that has been there since day one, June 2020, and he's there every single video to throw hate. The best way to deal with it is with hate like that, just ignore it. And then if there's someone who is being, a little bit hateful, but it has an opinion behind it, you can always reply to that comment, or with a video, just giving your opinion and explaining why this comment is wrong, especially if you're talking about feminism and all that. But don't take it too personally. The people is very brave when they're behind a screen.
And also the great thing is your community will come and protect you. That's what I see a lot. Like if somebody just says something slightly weird, I'll have like 10 comments from my community, and they're like, "Leave her alone, she's doing a great job." So that's always lovely then.
Yeah, that's great to hear. Okay, thank you very much for this fantastic discussion. It was very nice, and thank you all for listening.
Thanks for a great discussion on TikTok, Patrick, and it's lovely to see participants of our accelerator at IPI on the panel, both participants and coaches, so thank you again. Hold tight, we have another session starting up right now. We are pivoting to a discussion on local news. The panelists are just coming up now. The debates on local news, it's one of the most disrupted industries that we have faced, and everyone knows it well themselves, the quality of the media that they're receiving in their locality and how that impacts their day-to-day life. We have a really strong panel coming together now to discuss these issues for an hour, and we'll be pivoting to a coffee break after that, so you'll get your refreshments soon enough. I would briefly like to introduce the moderator for today's session. This is Catarina Cavallo. We've overlapped quite a lot, so it's lovely to see you here and invite you to the panel today. Catarina is from Lisbon, Portugal, where she's the founder of a local news company in Lisbon called Nenshagem, if I have that correct, nearly? Okay. And is a journalist and media specialist more broadly. She's the founder and editor of this project, but also comes from a background in national news. But I will leave the floor to you, Catarina, and it's great to have you. And thank you everyone for tuning in today. It's great to have you here. And remember, in 1 hour we'll have a coffee break, so we can pivot to that soon. Thank you.
Hello everybody. So I don't know if we have some disruption in the room too. So okay. So the title, hello everybody, and thank you for having us and discussing. It's not only local, it's actually very much startup-y and changing things, what we are going to talk about. But starting by disrupting, and we will try to to tackle this word, because to be disruptive or not is something that has to do with what we do, of course, but also to the changes that we operated in the media scene by doing what we do and by ourselves. So we thought, because this is all so much about big organizations and stuff, why don't we talk a little bit about what we also did as journalists, as people, and what did that change in our lives and the lives of people that surround us. Since we are talking about local, that is a lot what local does, like impact on people's lives. And we are going to try to talk a little bit about this. To be disruptors or not, what are we? Are we disruptives or not? Sometimes we feel that the only thing disruptive is our bank accounts when we get into these things. So yeah, that's all the things that we will try to tackle in this hour that we're going to discuss. And first of all, to introduce, we have with us by this order, Effie, I said it right, Effie Mariani. She's from Indonesia. We just discovered we had a lot in common, other than Portuguese words that are for unfortunate and fortunate reasons in the language of Indonesia. She's the executive director and co-founder of this project, Multatuli, always, it's very hard, all these T's, which is not only local, but it's mostly disruptive. So, especially considering what exists in the media in Indonesia. Then we have Zoltan Schipos, yeah. And he's the co-founder also and manager and everything else, and editor-in-chief in Atlatso Elderly. We've met each other quite for a while now. He's from Romania, but he leads the Hungarian, he'll explain a little bit better, in the Hungarian community of Romania. And then we have Isabella Moa, who is from Brazil. She's living in Europe. She leads Agência Moral for 13 years. And this is a media venture that works in the peripheries of São Paulo, right? I would like you first, because nobody, since we are local, nobody really knows a lot about us. I'll explain a little bit what Mensagem is and was, why it was founded, and then I'll get back to you so that you can explain a little bit more, and then we can go on from there. So Mensagem was created 2 years ago in the middle of the pandemic, like Project Multatuli, for the same reasons. Our newsroom, I was working in a very big, very, very old and important newspaper in Portugal. The administration decided to lay off half of the newsroom, and I left because I thought that was, a mistake. And I was fortunate enough to find an entrepreneur in Lisbon who wanted to fund something that could be of the communities of the city. So we are not a local in terms of what the local newspapers are normally. We don't do accidents, we don't do crime, we don't do that. We do communities, we do what people do. We call it everything that makes a city a town. And our motto is to enhance empathy through knowledge. So that means that if you know who you're talking to, maybe you won't have that much bias when talking to these people. So that's what we did. 2 years of great projects and many prizes, awards and stuff. A team of 7 people, all in the newsroom, and we are heading to do other stuff in the city, like art and stuff. But then I'll talk about that later. Evie, to you. That's yours. That's yours.
Thank you, Katarina. I love that empathy through knowledge. That's great. I mean, like, I should have gone with that.
You can copy.
Can I use it?
Yeah, you can use it.
Okay. So this is where I'm supposed to
tell about your
introduction. Okay, a little bit introduction. So Project Multatuli is a public service journalism initiative. We started in 2021 in May, so it's been 2 years for us. We started with 7 people, And now we have like 18 full-time staff, which is like apparently the biggest among all four of us here. Now we have 18, and 7 in the editorial. The rest are in the team management, audience development, and sustainability division. I myself, like Katarina said, I work in legacy media, like the leading English newspaper in Indonesia called the Jakarta Post. And in 2020, they decided to cut 2/3 of the workforce, and exactly the same. I didn't like it at all. So I decided to resign and founded Project Multatuli. And it's like something, the past 2 years have been something that I wouldn't imagine at all. Working at legacy media for almost 20 years, a very different kind of journalism, a very different kind of audience experience, and it's like really opened up a lot about how we should do journalism, how the journalism that I knew was actually already kind of part of a problem. So that's what we do. So Project Multatuli, we came to disrupt. We came to disrupt the dominant practices of Indonesian media industry, which is male-centric, Jakarta-centric. We are a population of 280 million people, but the news are like very Jakarta-centric. And more elite-serving than serving the people. So our tagline is serving the underreported and holding power accountable. I think that's for the brief introduction. Thank you.
Hi. Hi. Okay. Thank you for having me. My name is Zoltán Sipos. I'm a journalist, Hungarian journalist coming from Romania. I am the editor-in-chief and founder and manager of a small investigative media outlet called Átlátszó Erdély. You will never remember this name because it is in Hungarian. It is called, the translation is Transparent Transylvania. So how did I get here? I've been a journalist for more than 20 years now. I started working back then as a student at a very small startup which grew to become the largest internet news portal of the Hungarian community living in Romania. At a certain point I became the editor-in-chief of this team, and well, the problem started when this project called Transindex was purchased by a politician. I don't want to get into details. I resigned a few years later and found that basically nobody wants to employ me, nobody wants to work with me. Because of I have this past of conflict with the main political party as an editor-in-chief, so I felt that I want to continue to work as a journalist. So the only way of doing that was founding my own project, which is Átlátszó Erdély. We are investigative journalists. We don't do news, and we are focusing on this 1.2 million Hungarian community living in the western part of Romania. You would wonder, okay, but why is this community interesting? It is a bit more difficult to work in this environment, even compared to Romania, which is also not a very easy country to practice journalism, because this community is more conservative. It is a closed community where progressive ideas such as press freedom, checks and balances in a democracy, and so on are simply, not even the concept exists. For example, when we started and people didn't know us, what we do, they would ask us, okay, but like, who is your boss? Who is paying the bills? And we were saying, no, we are an NGO, we are a cooperative of journalists. Like, we own this project. And basically nobody really believed us. Because in this community, the norm is that every media outlet has a politician, somebody or a wealthy investor with his goals and aims behind it. So we had to work quite a lot to build this reputation and to explain to our readers that no, like, we don't have this shadowy owner who likes to play the games.
Isa. So hello, thanks. Hello everybody. So yeah, I'm Isa. I have been a journalist for almost 30 years now. I'm the oldest one in the panel. Emurao is also one of the oldest organizations here, sitting here. But like, we are old when we launched it as a blog in 2010. But we worked for almost 10 years without any funding. So we are old in our mission and our work, but as a formal organization, we were founded in 2018. So we cover, so I was based in São Paulo, and I worked for the largest newspaper in São Paulo, and I soon realized we are not covering 85% of the territory. Like, São Paulo is the largest metropolitan area now. A few years ago it was from South America. Now we just passed Mexico City, so we are the largest in Latin America. So it's 39 cities, 21 million people, and 85% coming from low-income communities. So that's what our organization does. It covers with 20 people in the press room. But I learned from Effie that it's not very smart to have the ratio that we have between business and newsroom. So I'm thinking about learning from you because the majority of our people are in the newsroom. And we work with also a network of 70 local correspondents that are based in the communities that they cover. And we are also an NGO, but I also want to learn from Zoltan about being a cooperative, because it might be the future. And that's how we do it. And we have been covering those areas since 2010. So that's how we are right now.
Yeah, you three kind of touched a very important thing, which is, for me, asking you after that, why are you doing what you're doing? Because it's hard. You all stated difficulties. There's not much money involved, so that part is also, we're going to speak a bit about that more in deep in the next questions. So, like, what really makes you going, and why are you doing this? Why did you decide to do this? Is it a means? Is it a consequence? Is it an appeal? Is it a mission? What is it?
You can start. Okay. It's like, I think we are all journalists and we cannot do anything else, right? I think, well, at least that's my life. Like, I don't, and living in a city that is very, very unequal, like, I couldn't see myself, like, not doing what is right. Meaning, like, if I'm a proper journalist, I will want to tell the stories of this big city as it is. And I saw the missing parts.
Can you explain a bit why doesn't the media cover that?
Well, we don't.
Big newspapers in São Paulo, right?
Yeah, so it's like we always think of low-income and underprivileged communities as the minority. So I think we didn't realize, as journalists, coming from where we came from, as Shiris pointed out yesterday, it's like we look at the others as the other ones. So the press room was full of people that were looking at those majority, at this majority as the other ones. And they are outside the political and economic decision-making centers. So there is not a market in those underprivileged communities. But if we do that, we simply do not comply with the journalism mission, right? So,
yeah, Effie, it's kind of the same like what you were talking about when we talked yesterday. Why couldn't Jakarta Post cover these communities that you decided to cover, and that's why they are called underrepresented?
Yeah, I feel like I just found friends here. A very similar trajectory of life, I think, working in legacy media for like more than 1 decade and finding it problematic, and then going on to set up our own media. And despite the disruption in the bank accounts, we keep doing it because for myself, I mean for me personally, when I started Project Multatuli, I realized that I have to unlearn a lot of stuff. So the past 2 years has been unlearning and learning curves for me, that the journalism that I had believed in for almost 20 years was, again, part of the problem.
Why?
I was
Why?
part of the problem.
But why?
It's more like, so the Jakarta Post, I will sound like very like bitter, but no, it's not bitter at all. It's not bitter like as in a personal way, but more like realizing that the Jakarta Post, English daily newspaper in a country that mostly speaking Indonesian, not speaking English, very elite. Very elite, and at the time I was like, my first conflict was when I wrote about forced evictions of urban poor, like almost the same, like Sao Paulo, Jakarta, a lot of urban poor, very underreported by mainstream media, legacy media. So that was my first conflict with the other editors. And then when I decided to resign.
Why was the conflict? Because you wanted to cover it?
That is like drop the forced evictions, call it relocation. I said, no, it's forced evictions. It's really with all the violence and human rights violations before my eyes. Because even though I was already an editor, but at one point, a lot of forced evictions at the time, at one point, okay, I need to go to the field myself. So that was what I witnessed. So I said, no forced eviction, no relocation, forced eviction. So that was like the first conflict going on for years later. So, yeah, for me, it's like there's a huge news desert I didn't realize. For me, what is the most important, what you call it, like zeitgeist or whatever, yeah, for journalism to do, why do you become and remain a journalist? I see that in past 5 years, and in the next 5 years, our main problem is socio-economic inequality and environmental destruction. And the legacy media, not only the Jakarta Post, in Indonesia, is doing nothing about it. It's doing nothing about it. And so Project Multatuli, we established it as a self-criticism against journalism, against myself. I mean, I had to disrupt myself. Not just my bank account, but this, like, yeah, this all in my head, like objectivity. What is journalism? What is objectivity? Objectivity is apparently a set of principles established by those in power.
Don't you hate that phrase that media usually, and in these conferences we hear a lot, which is give a voice to the voiceless? Isn't it just so not true? Like everybody has a voice, it's just not, we are not hearing that voice when we are working in traditional media.
Yeah, I sometimes use that, but I realize it's actually, you're right, it's not right, it's incorrect. So they have indeed a voice. We just need to amplify the voice. And that's actually very easy to do as a journalist. It's just that our business model in the media industry, in capitalistic media industry, the business model doesn't allow us
to amplify their
because these people are not markets. Zoltan, can you monetize this? You were talking about this relationship with your community, and this is why you are doing this, like not only because you were despised by everybody else, but also because it's your mission. Can you live on them? Can you?
I have a very short answer to this. No.
No.
No, it's Untitled is funded partly of reader donations, but also international journalism grants. And our reader donations are increasing basically every year, but the rate of this increase is like very slow. So my answer is no. At this point, we are very far away from being funded by our readers.
Yeah, and getting back to the first question, why do you do it? Why do you still do it? Why do you struggle? Why do you fight?
This is just like Isa and Efa, like being a journalist is a way of life. It is not a job. It is a very specific way of thinking, and at this point, I don't really see myself anything else but a journalist.
What are you mostly proud of when you think about the people you are working with, and not for, but with? What's your best? Do you say proud? I don't have a. Why are you mostly proud of?
Like we have like many small successes or even bigger successes, but the greatest success for me is that this project Untitled still exists after 7 years, and it not only exists, but we managed to grow in a very, like, I would not say hostile, like openly hostile environment, but in an environment that does everything not to help us. So basically, we started from zero. Our first budget was about 2,000 euros. And now we are at about 120,000 euros in budget, and we are a team of 5 to 6 people. And like when I'm looking back, like this is a huge pride for me. Untitled is my child.
Zoltan, just let me clarify something. When you say the environment is against you, what are you talking about?
It is very difficult to pinpoint what is the problem.
But it's not the community you're working with. It's the rest of the country. It's the opposition. It's what?
I would, like, we are talking about when we want to describe this attitude we are feeling. We talk about the deafening silence. So basically, people are doing everything to ignore you, and it is so hard to kind of breach that wall. You don't get invitation to the press conference. Politicians and mayors will not respond to any of your questions. Many locals will not answer to your questions. Sometimes they will say that, like, we are not happy of you being here, please leave. Like they are doing everything to make our job harder.
So it's the establishment.
Establishment, but also the people who can be reached by the establishment, and they are afraid of talking to us.
Okay, yeah. Back to brighter sides of life, Lisa. What are you most proud of in your community?
I think. Okay, I'm the only professional journalist that came from the legacy in our team, in our full-time team of 20 people, and the whole network of local correspondents.
Where does the rest come from?
Yeah, they are all young professionals that still live in the areas that we cover. So 100% of the organization is run, apart from me, that I am the executive director, they are all coming from the communities they are covering. So I think what I'm most proud of is that for many years we were discredited as like we are not doing a professional journalist just because, and they are all like first generation college graduated, so they have the training of being a journalist. It's simply because of their origins that they couldn't find like a market for exercise it. So for many years we were discredited as, like the labels as citizen journalists, community journalists, and say like you're practicing a lower quality journalism, or you're not even practicing journalism or anything. So, but now we are at a point that we get invited to a press conference. So everybody wants to hear, not everybody, and not all the time, but we do get invitations alongside the big media groups. So we are still, the underdog running, in these meetings, but at least we are now recognized as practicing good professional journalists. So we are in the game.
Yeah, so you were talking about that, and I was thinking, what's the reaction of the people you are working to? Like, how do you measure success in the communities you are working for, in those peripheral cities and neighborhoods?
We have, we register what we call impact, all the impacts that we make, and we have like 5 categories, and we have a very consistent way of registering it. So it's a culture among, it's linked to the mission, and the mission says, coming from those communities before, the only 2 ways you could live in those communities was either you would be blindly proud of coming from there, because it lacks everything, but okay, I say I'm from there and I'm from the ghetto and I'm proud of that, and then you have this attitude. Or the first thing you think of is you leave it, so the first opportunity the life gives you to live it, you leave it. In Mural, the narrative is, it's not the 2 ways, or actually we preach about a third way of looking at it, is like transforming it. Like it's part of the city as any other neighborhood. So what you do is like the journalism you do is not only to empower the people that live in, but to make the local government accountable, to make visible everything that is not correct. So we are dealing daily with inequality and talking about it and clarifying it, not only, but like we tell good stories too, but it's all about thinking about how information is needed and how it should be shared as a public good, and how it really informs and gives you access to the city, to the community, and to your rights. So,
yeah. So back to you.
That was like listening to it. About like really great.
About what makes you most proud, and how do you measure success in the community that you're working with?
Yeah. Can I mention numbers so I will sound better? So yeah, there are 2 things I'm the most proud of. The first is like we managed to disrupt, at least in the sense of like from, this is like my eyes, 224 stories and opinions we published in 2021 and 2022. Almost half, like almost 50% had main sources women and non-binary. And that's like way above the industry benchmark, which is 11%. As I said, it's actually the easiest part of disruption. Yeah, the Jakarta-centric part is a little harder. Besides gender, we also have our main sources about 13% indigenous people, and that's like way. I'm sure it's way above industry benchmark, because almost 0, I'm pretty sure, in mainstream media. So that's one thing I'm most proud of.
The second one is we're running a membership program, so we're trying to diversify our revenue, right? So our members now cover 5% to 10% of our total operational expenses, but it's not just the number. That's why I think that empathy through knowledge is really great, because that's what I found after establishing, founding Project Multatuli, is that a lot of readers out there, not a lot, not most readers, but a lot, are have a high intellectual curiosity and have high empathy, and that's what I call never imagined journalism can be like that.
You mean that they give to the project?
They give to the project, but also they give to the sources, the news sources. Because, for example, there's this, we told a story about three preschool teachers in Kalimantan, in Borneo, that hasn't been getting any salaries, but they keep doing what they've been doing. And a lot of readers say, can we help? Can we send money to this person? So we cooperated with a sort of like a charity crowdfunding platform, and we raised maybe 1,500 euros, I think, about so they're very generous, high empathy, high intellectual curiosity, and it's unthinkable. If I still at the legacy media, I wouldn't ever think that we can have readers like that. You know?
Yeah, one of the things that Mensagem that we measure our impact on is the copycats. Like now, this is good and it's bad. It's like the big media in Portugal are trying to do projects like us, like community media and immigration media and everything else. And this leads me to the next question, which is, we are in a conference that's, it crosses many audiences. It crosses big media and the independent media. That's why we have the conference and the festival. How do you see this? How do you see, first, why don't they do it? Like, why? And I'm saying them because it's really them, because we left those shoes. We are in another shoes, like Chirish said. So yeah. So why don't big media do it? And if they start to do it, would you be proud of that, or would you be mad at that? Because you started at Folha, Isabella.
Yeah, so we have.
Can you explain a little bit more about that?
We started when we started. We were like a blog in the newspaper that I used to work. So I started still being an editor there and running the project. And in the beginning we exchanged exclusive content for the hosting, of our blog. So I think legacy media is learning, but of course, they know there is no money in there, first of all. Secondly...
No money in the community.
Yes, in the market. Second, I think they also leave their economic crisis of the business model. So, the newsroom that I used to work for, we had at one point, at the biggest time, we had 700 journalists. And when I left, it was about 200 journalists. So that's how also, of course, so if you have to go to those communities and you don't have context and what you cover is the big facts, right? It's crime and it's something that a PR agency sends to you, and then you quickly can write a story. So so you have lack of resources, human resources also, and lack of interest, of course. But I think that's it, more or less, if I answered.
Yeah. Zoltan.
I have a very vivid memory. Once back at Transindex, this very big news portal owned by the main political party, I broke a quite important story about possible illegal political financing of the political opponents of the owners. And I thought that I actually I did something great, and it turned out that the owners were very unhappy about this story because they realized that this guy who never listens to us basically has the capability of going after the finances of a political party, and they knew that they were coming. So it's when I was working at this media outlet, it was kind of this golden cage feeling. Like you were supposed to do the stories that looked nice, but you were not supposed to kind of write the really important stories. And the owners and my chiefs were very worried because of me, because I didn't really understand these very fine lines between what can be done and what cannot be done.
Which were not like real rules.
Yes, these rules were never clear, so we never had these rules written actually, but like people could feel it, what is right and what is wrong in this context.
So you would say that it's not a possibility that they would copy what you're doing or anything like that, or they would start to appeal to other communities in order to grow or something?
No, in this community, most journalists who are working for legacy media are basically doing PR, because that was we were doing before. Not at Atlas Verde, but at Transindex. So basically, we kind of filled these pages with stuff that were nice, looked nice, but were not actually the real story.
Journalism, yeah. Effie, you were saying that there's a big crisis in the media, of course in Indonesia as elsewhere, otherwise we would all move there, because if there would be no crisis we would go to that paradise, but it's not like that as such. So if you're having success and if you're broadening your audience, if you're talking to other people, why don't they do it? Why is that not a question? And if they do it, how would you feel?
I mean, why don't other journalists do what we do? I think it's because of the business models. It's about how they get money from. So in Indonesia, just a little bit of context. In Indonesia, in 2019, the press council found that there were like about 43,000 digital media outlets in Indonesia. So we are just like one among 43,000. So so we have to so we have to set ourselves apart, business-wise, competition-wise. So we do slow journalism, we do underreported stories going far away and very costly. We only publish like 3 to 4 or 5 times a week. We don't measure our success with page views, which is like very different with what the others are doing. They do page views. They do 10 links per day per person. Could be like up to like 100 links a day. Very short. One source only, usually male, middle-aged, from Jakarta, usually. So what we do is, from among the 43,000, I can safely say, I'm confident to say that we're almost like the only one that's kind of like have enough audacity to do this. But the business model in page views create a paradox. Like there's one information clutter, but a huge news desert, right? So, yeah, just like one of our most impactful stories is about online shopping careers. Are you familiar with that? So you do online shoppings, right? And there will be somebody, couriers, like somebody will just knock on your door.
And Indonesia, it's like very like a growth, exponential growth of online shopping in urban areas. People will, like couriers will knock on your people's doors 3 times a day sometimes, packet, packet.
Packets.
But no one knows they have a poor working condition, and no media outlets want to do extensive story on them because the online shopping outlets, also the courier platforms, they are like big advertisers. They're big advertisers, so they don't tell that kind of stories. So one of our reporters decided to, okay, let me go to become a courier for 2 weeks. I was like, seriously? But okay, fine. So he went on becoming really like a courier for 2 weeks. And then came up with 11,000 word report on that. And I was like, okay, I would never have let him do that if it was at the legacy media. First 2 weeks mean 12 to 28 stories, right, from him, right? There's no way it's like, not breaking the point, right? And then 11,000 words, there's no way. There's no 11,000 words. So when he came up with 11,000 words, we were like, okay, just publish it. 5 people, 10 people read it, it's okay. Apparently.
How many people read it?
Almost like 200,000 now. 200,000 read it, mostly young people.
So that's what I mean. If the other media learn that lesson, maybe they will start to change.
Yes, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. So we have a few minutes. We want to leave some space to the room to ask some questions. Let's talk about money. Money is, it's a business. This is also a business, as you said. It's a way of life. It's a mission, but it's also you have to eat, right, and drink, and have a house, at least. What would you? Let's imagine we are in. This is a magician's show, and you could do something to change the way things are. What would you do to make your business sustainable in the next few years?
Okay. I would find the Aladdin lamp and just make 3 wishes. We have been, it's always fragile. We never know if we're going to survive the next year. So that's how we have been going. The only thing we know is if we don't economically exist, that we're still going to do what we do. I don't know how. But what besides diversifying, revenue streams, as we know, it's the best way out. We are going to try to invest in what we call, in our case, the collateral audience, because we write about and with and for those communities that we cover. Of course, everybody benefits from it, because then you have a real understanding of what's going on in this great, enormous metropolitan area of 21 million people.
Because actually the news desert is not there. It's the connection that doesn't exist, right?
Well, yeah, and there is the news desert too, because there's a huge information gap. They don't know what what is going on.
But the other part, the asphalt city, also doesn't know what happens in that part of the city.
Yes, so we get, for example, we know, so we are trying to get, put together a membership campaign that is going to get individual donors from the center, from this 15% of the population that could at least help us support. And my dreamland, we would rely on them at least in a large and larger part. We're still very far from there. We have 40 donors, but that's one of the objectives, is to arrive at 400 this year. Let's see if we can get there.
Yeah, Zoltan.
That is a very nice question. Thank you.
It's so cynical.
I am trying to think about things that are not actually fantasy. So I try to remain on the ground of actual possibilities. One thing I would like to have is to increase the share of reader revenue to at least 30, 40, maybe even 50%. That would be really nice. And it would be like a huge relief for me. It would be very nice if we discovered the third revenue source, because I know that everybody is talking about 3 revenue sources are the safest way. Actually, we only have 2, and we were exploring all kinds of alternatives.
But the second is grants, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So we really need the third thing that actually works, and it doesn't put a very much burden on this very small team. And the third thing is we want to break away from Facebook. And we've been exploring all kinds of alternatives, from pop-up newsrooms to newsletters, and we would like to grow this into something we do every day, not only this experiments. It's just.
I know that you have already a very diversified revenues.
Not very, just 3. I'm trying because you know why I tried. So I want to ask Zoltan, when donors give you grants, did they ask you how do you propose to be sustainable? Because we'll only be with you 5 years if you're lucky.
Yes,
something
and we
like that?
always answer very openly. We don't know. At this point, we are not sustainable. We know that the reader revenues are growing, and we will be sustainable at a certain point. But it will not happen in 3 months or 4 months.
So
the length of 1 grant, it will not happen.
So it was good for me that the donors asked me that. So okay, we'll give you money for the first year, but top 5 years. Okay, after that, what would you do? It's okay. So reader revenue, but reader revenue is very challenging, right? I mean, same challenge.
Especially covering this kind of community.
Exactly, especially covering, yes. So donors now currently 5 to 10% reader revenue, 45% donors who will stay with us only for 5 years. So, and the third one, I had to think very hard at the beginning. So I was thinking, okay, so we have this network of, so we also work with a lot of correspondents. We so far have worked with 100 across the country, 100 journalists, filmmakers, videographers, writers, researchers, artists, illustrators, in almost 34 provinces in Indonesia. So I was this is highly skilled content creators. Why don't I sell their skill with some profit, and then the profit goes to the public journalism, right? So I was thinking, okay, just do packages of content and communication consultant and content creation, and sell it to organizations that in line with our vision, because we have a very strict serving the underreported, so we cannot go to corporates for that, right? If we go to corporates, it's also annual reports for the sustainability reports, big money in that, but we are not going there because we have our negative list. So we are thinking, okay, in Indonesia, there's a lot of organizations doing human rights, climate change, environmental, digital rights, and whatever, and they have this communication, communication money, money for communication. And sometimes there are activists who cannot handle social media, who cannot write properly, who cannot write press releases, cannot make films or whatever. So we offer packages of service to them.
The same people, it's the same journalists that...
No, we harness our network as well. So freelancers, we contact a lot of freelancers.
Okay.
So we sort of make
open up a menu, pay us this for event organizing, trainings, filmmaking, video. We even made memes for a campaign.
Yeah. How much is that in your budget?
45%.
Oh, that's
a lot already.
And I just have one question because I'm interested in that too. So it's you charge like as the agencies for the freelancers. So they are not really.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we recruit the freelancers.
You have like a spread.
But I pay them very decently. Yeah. So I don't want to hustle our friends, right? So we try to pay very decently, but we also charge in a way. This is like where you have to be really careful how much you charge to make profit, to pay people decently, but not to burden, because this is also organizations that rely on philanthropy, right? So we really have to like.
But it burdens the management and the administration, right? It's more work for you.
Yes.
That's also why you grew. That's also why you grew the company besides the newsroom, right?
Yeah, I'm not really a journalist, just a quarter of journalist. Yeah.
As everybody else, yeah. So questions and doubts, yeah, many. Okay.
3.
5 minutes, yes. 5 minutes. Be brief, please. I think it's. No, but there's. Okay, sorry.
Sorry. I will pass.
Go ahead.
Okay.
No, go ahead. Not lose my time.
Yeah, my name is Roman Stepanovich, and I'm actually in the same position that you are. I'm from Ukraine, and I'm co-founder and exec for Ukrainian media. And talking about revenues, and you talk a lot on relying on your audience to support you and grow this. And there was a huge call from investors and from donors back in days that we should grow that part. And we actually did it. But when some crisis happens in your country, let's say like war with Russia, or I don't know, like climate change, I don't know, like tsunami, whatever, like bad things, you automatically don't have that money. That money, it becomes a huge gap. That's what Ukrainian media are facing right now. And so whom you can rely? Do you have like a plan B? Because we haven't. We had not. And that's a huge problem. And of course, I guess Evie, she has mentioned that like you don't want to work with local businesses and corporate sector.
Just corporates. Local business is okay.
Yeah, but local business, it's small and it's really hard to, it's like very diversified. So like, I guess the best donor is like donor with money, but local who understand what is happening, and you need to do what you have to do. So what is your plan B in case of such scenarios? Thank you.
Thank you. We don't really have a plan B. We do have, and like actually, like we are extremely lucky that like we have some reserves. So basically, we have enough money to operate for about 3, 4, maybe 5 months. Like every revenue stopped at this moment, we would be able to work for a couple of months more. And we agreed with our partners, like we are an association where the partners are actually the journalists. Like we will access this fund only in emergency. And that's it, basically.
I don't know if I can call this plan B. So my plan is, if we no longer have enough money to run, just like die peacefully, as long as is that plan B? Die peacefully, and in my mind was just the first thing I have to secure is none of us, not me, not the chief editor, not the managing editor, has to sell their assets to pay for the severance, right? No debt collectors chasing us. That's it. I think that's enough for us.
Hi, I'm Paula Miralha from Brazil, and I have a media startup, which is different from yours, but I share some of your challenges. My questions are, first, how do you deal with reach, which is a challenge even for big organizations? How do you distribute your content? How you make sure it's getting to the people who need to read it? And then a more broader question is like, where do you think you're promoting change? Is the change you're promoting related to the people who work in your organization, the communities you serve, or the industry itself who can learn from what you do, or from the broader society who is finally reading the stories they weren't before?
I think I kind of answered that part, right? The change. The change is for you. Yeah, go ahead.
It's just because I know Paula, and it's like, I think it's all of those, but it's actually real, what we call, in one of the categories that we register as impact, we actually have one that is called real life change. It means like if we write about a road that is not being done, or if there's something that the public service didn't do, after our story, it's actually done. Like if there is like a hospital that needed like more doctors or nurses, and we do a story and we do a follow-up, and then actually it comes the change. So we keep track of that on that too. And we have a second one that is called about the copycat, and our stories get to be republished, and our professionals get to be hired somewhere else, and that changed the narrative of legacy media too.
Yeah, and about the reach, I think everybody's on Instagram, Facebook.
Social media. Meet them where they are. Yeah. It's like social media, live events, everywhere.
Yeah, sorry, we need to. There's one more question, just very quick. Sorry, Paula. I think we can speak after. Sorry.
Maybe
okay.
Maybe I can catch up with Isabella afterwards because I'm interested in those impact categories. So.
Okay. Just shortly, do you have any trust in the future in public funding? I'm referring to in US what's called government funding, but traditionally in Europe we call it public. And I think this could be third revenue source that Zoltan talked.
There's no public funding in Portugal. That's one of the biggest problems in independent media.
During the pandemic, there was some sort of public funding in Romania. Basically, media outlets got to, like the government was running like all sorts of campaign for mask, whatever, vaccination, and it turned out like really bad because the only thing they measured was audience. So basically, all these media outlets that were otherwise very skeptical about vaccines and so they were running actually the government ads, and they were getting the most of the money. So that is how public funding in Romania works. Yeah. So thank you very much.
Yeah, no, because government treats public money as it's government money, like their personal money.
And in Brazil, there's a big discussion right now about regulation of the big platforms and how that could turn out as public policy that will drive some of the money to independent media, but it's still like a lot of questions going around that.
Yeah, we discussed that a little bit, and we all of us, we think that public funding can even be more transparent than the donations from foundations, but that doesn't exist in the south of Europe. So thank you very much, everybody, and hope it was useful.
Thanks, Katarina, for hosting a great session. I would love to plug IPI's local journalism project while we're pivoting away from this. We have a really cool pilot initiative called the Local News Network. You can find more about it from me or on the website. But just to say what's coming up next, we have a roughly 30-minute coffee break Afterwards, we'll have a session called Short Shorts in this room with presentations from 5 really cool initiatives doing different forms of digital storytelling and evolving their business models. In the Oval Halle across the way, we'll have a panel called Beating the Odds, How Can We Stop Impunity? And in the Leopold Museum Atelier, we'll have a workshop on addressing the impact of AI on media pluralism, public interest information. So those will each start at 12 o'clock, and after that there will be lunch. So looking forward to seeing you soon. Bye-bye. going to sit right here. And then we are going to have Elena is presenting first. Jem is presenting second. Out my time. It'll be number 3. And then you are in time slot. I'm going to introduce the panel very briefly.
Technical issues that we have yesterday and today.
Yeah.
6 people trying to pass the presentation.
On the TikTok.
Yeah, or yesterday.
Oh, I think their PowerPoint is the going to sit here. Yeah, I'm just going to do the quick. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the 12 o'clock session called Short Shorts. Hope you guys got a chance to have a coffee and are ready for one more hour-long session before the lunch break. This session is called Short Shorts. If you're wondering what that means, the sort of idea is to have storytelling from 5 really interesting media innovators who are really pushing the boundaries of what journalism is and how it is perceived, moving it forward, pushing the dial. This is a concept that we at IPI very recently started working on through our Media Innovation Europe project. You can learn a little bit more about it on that roll-up right next to me there. This project is supporting media innovators over a 2-year window and in all likelihood beyond that, with everything from financial sustainability to product development, and really kind of focusing on the process. How are they meeting their audience's needs? How are they building products to achieve their audience's needs? And how does that contribute to their sustainability? So these are some themes that will be cross-cutting today's conversation, but really it's an opportunity to learn from some really interesting media projects and how they're moving the dial. We'll have 6-minute presentations from each of them, and then we'll jump into a Q&A, so feel free to take notes and collect questions. So I'm Ryan, I'll be moderating. I manage the IPI's innovation projects, and yeah, look forward to hearing your questions and from the panelists here today. So the first panelist we have presenting her project is Elena. Thank you for coming in today. She joined the OCCRP, the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, in 2017 as an investigative reporter, has been cutting across all sorts of major investigative projects like the Paradise Papers, Pandora Papers, but she's also worked as a filmmaker for Sledstvo.info. This is what she'll be talking about today. And even in 2021, she received the Ukrainian Honor of Profession Award in Investigative Journalism for her documentary, Break the Bank. So Elena, I will hand it over to you, and looking forward to hearing about your project.
Thank you, Ryan. Do you hear me, guys? Yes. Can we please turn my presentation? Okay, so while the presentation is opening, before I was doing stories mostly on corruption, like follow the money stories. But then when 1 year ago, or more than 1 year ago, Russia started full-scale war in Ukraine, of course we needed to change some of our focuses. And maybe you remember 1 year ago, all headlines of major media were full of stories about Bucha, about atrocities of Russians in Bucha, a city near Kiev. And of course, we were also thinking what we can do about this horrible event. And by accident, we had an idea. My friend and editor-in-chief in Ukraine, Anna Babinets, was scrolling Facebook, and she saw some quotes from a Telegram chat, and she showed me this. We shared this with director of OCCRP, Matt, and we said, okay, if we will get full log of this chat, probably we can answer this question, like what are people talking about during the Russian occupation? So I got full log of Telegram chat of residents of this building. It's hundreds of people and 33 days of occupation. Can you imagine the amount of data? We asked our OCCRP tech team to translate all these messages, so Matt, because he is American, can understand. And when we are making stories, we usually cooperate with different people from different countries, so we can make better product. And how it was. When I was reading all these text messages, first I wanted to see, I thought I will see a lot of messages about murders, some fires after missile attacks, but I was surprised because I saw there are many human, regular conversations. Like maybe in your countries you also have these building chats when you are talking about somebody's too loud, partying for too long, or organizing some trees near your building. And that was also in this chat during war. People were talking about very different things, not just about murders. So the topics were so many topics, and we decided with Matt that we need to organize this, and we made some folders with most memorable episodes. There were very strange things like a Christmas light episode, because a full-scale invasion started in February, and some people forgot, for example, to turn off Christmas light. But it's funny, it sounds funny, but it was dangerous because the building was in front of a factory where Russians had their headquarters. And residents were afraid because of these Christmas lights, soldiers will hit their apartments. So it's, very confusing things. After we made these episodes and identified all people, because when you are in chat, you probably use nickname. And of course, if you are during war, it's the matter of security, because people were also helping Ukrainian army, so they didn't want to put their real names in this chat. So I identified all these around 100 people, and Slistvo Info reporters, Slistvo Info is Ukrainian member center of OCCRP, they went to talk with people. And so now you can see what they saw 1 year ago when they knocked on doors. They were actually even that people left there. We also identified them. And these are nice characters with whom Slistvo reporter talked. Before we thought that people will be afraid to talk with journalists because it was just after Ukrainian army deliberated city. But we were surprised because everyone wanted to talk. And we realized that they want to talk because they want Russian soldiers to be punished. So they will answer on every atrocities they did. So people were very nice and open with us. And of course, when you are talking on chat, there are a lot of rumors. And as investigative reporters, we need to pass fact-checking after the story is written. So we needed to confirm everything. And there were an episode when people were talking about two young Ukrainian girls helping Russians, sleeping with them, taking drugs, alcohol, but it were just rumors. When reporters knocked on door and talked with people. So, and of course, it's a very unusual experience for OCCRP to do such stories, but our experience also helped us because some facts were proven with our investigative techniques. For example, there were an episode with yellow bus. Russians didn't allow to bury dead people. Like they said, okay, take these bodies and put them in a yellow bus near the house. But when reporters came, there were no yellow bus near this block. But with the help of satellite, we saw that exactly on that day, the bus was there. So we confirmed this. We couldn't confirm it with people, talking with people, but with satellites, we did it. I will be short. You can read more about Russian war crimes on Slistva website, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Elena, for a fascinating presentation. Really, I have to ask while we have you here, what's next? What other projects do you have going forward? How are you continuing to move the dial on?
Okay, Russians, because of Russians, we have a lot of work to do. Every day is full of crimes. Mostly, all Ukrainian reporters are now war reporters, and of course, we need to report about corruption inside the country, but we also have a lot of work with identifying Russian soldiers, because we believe that they need to be punished, and we cannot forget all this. Yes. So we are identifying Russian soldiers, and they are committed every crime, they are doing this. So that's the priority.
Please follow her website. You can find it either on the presentation or afterwards to continue looking into the project. It's really fascinating. Gianluca, you are next up. Gianluca is another media innovator that we have on the table here. He is a co-founder of Radar magazine, and we've gotten to know each other quite well because he's also a participant in our current Transition Accelerator project. So I know all about his project. We've been working together on growing their business model, working on crowdfunding campaigns, but I will leave it over to you to introduce Radar and how you guys are pushing the dial on journalism.
Thank you. Could you hear me? While my presentation is uploading, I present myself. I am Gianluca Liva, science journalist and part of Radar Magazine Collective, an independent environmental magazine based in Italy. And we got the honor and the pleasure to be part of the Forever Pollution Project. And the Forever Pollution Project is a project involving 18 different media organizations around whole Europe. From Italy, Radar Magazine and Le Scienze, the Italian edition of Scientific American. We were granted by the Journalist Fund and of course by IJ4EU, and everything was coordinated by Arena for Journalism. So, the project was about poly and perfluoroalkylic substances, commonly named PFAS, okay? And they are substances that are everywhere. Non-sticky pens, clothes, cars, mobiles, medical devices, pizza boxes, food packaging, pens. They are literally everywhere. And of course they are even into your blood, my blood, their blood, okay? And they are really dangerous for our health. So, how many PFAS are? There are, according to the first statistics of 20 years ago, PFAS were more or less 4,000. Then they become 10,000, then 50,000, then 500,000, then 1 million, and according to the last statistics, they are more than 10 millions, according to PubMed database, okay? And they've got some serious health consequences after getting into our blood. But what is more concerning is that we barely know anything about them. We know the characteristic of 20 of them, the most famous one, like PFOA, the one used in non-sticky pens, and the PFOS used in clothes to to get them waterproof, okay? We had to track back where the pollution is. We don't know where are polluted places. We don't know exactly where this pollution are happening around Europe. So together with the colleagues, we decided to build the first ever map of PFAS pollution in Europe. And this is a white panel. So, how we did it? At first, we have to understand how many PFAS we have to look for. And I'm hoping that this video will start right now. No, okay. I asked to our technician if they can start this YouTube video. So we started to organize the PFAS family. The PFAS family is made by different subfamilies, and every subfamily is organized in several subgroups, okay? In every subgroups, there are different substances. Our inspiration was a US map with a peer review methodology, and we applied and we improved the same methodology used by our US colleagues, and we asked help to the best and major experts around the world to guide us in this process, okay? Unfortunately, I suppose I can't show how difficult it was to collect data, but in this blurred Excel file, you can barely see that there are a lot of lines, okay? Every line represents a different regional data set all across Europe, okay? Like, for example, the Vienna region, or the Salzburg region, or the Lisboa region, or the Bucharest region, okay? Every single region around Europe. We collect this data, we harmonize them thanks to Le Monde data technicians, and finally, after another blank page, this hyper-blurred result is some kind of map, but please believe me, it's a beautiful map, okay? Anyway, let's go on and let's talk about the result, and let's keep the blurred slides. The result was we individuate 20 different PFAS producing facilities. We individuate 17,000 known contamination sites, 2,200 hotspot clusters, 21,000 presenting contamination sites, divided in industrial sites, waste management sites, airport, military sites. Why airport and military sites? Because the fight firing foams, the one used to use during some fire accident, are full of these substances. And then there are 231 PFAS users. And at the end, we publish all our results in several, as I was saying before at the beginning of this presentation, European news organization. At the moment, we publish 75 journalistic products, articles, TV broadcasting program, radio broadcasting, documentaries, and so on. And everything is collected into the website foreverpollution.eu, made by Arena for Journalism, our coordinator. Okay? Our publication will go on and on and on in the next few weeks and months. Okay? And the project will continue living and informing people about this brand new kind of pollution. I would like to talk more about it. We can do after the presentation if you want, during lunch. And because there are a lot of counterintuitive concepts, a lot of notions, a lot of difficulties in talking about the health issues of these substances. And this is a picture taken by me and my colleague Elisabetta Zavoli, a photographer. We were lying on the ground during a freezing night outside the Solvay plant in Piedmont region in Italy, because there was a car by the Solvay security rangers going around the perimeter of the factory, and we do not have to be spotted. It was freezing, but that's another story. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gianluca. Really fascinating presentation, and you can't get closer to public interest journalism from there. Before we move on, I want to have a quick follow-up question. This was recently published, what, a couple of weeks back, a month ago?
The first publication was made on the 23rd of February.
Okay.
But, you know, we keep publishing and publishing. For example, before coming here in Vienna, I was in Veneto, the region with the main capital city is Venice in Italy, where there is the most polluted place in Europe by PFAS. And we will publish a local report on that specific region. And again, we focused on, you know, human feelings and social consequences of this kind of pollution.
I wanted to ask about the reception to this investigation. How was it received? What was the impact that you've observed? Did it meet your expectations?
It was a blast. A blast because our main goal was to push on the European agenda to reach the ban not of one or two PFAS substances, but of the entire class of substances. That's the only way to be effective, okay, and to, you know, to get over this huge problem. We can do an improper comparison with asbestos, but it is not a proper comparison, okay? And again, it will take too long, really too long, to talk about albumin protein or, I don't know, the endocrine disruptive acting of PFAS or social consequences. I will tell you just one, okay? Mothers, while pregnant, can pass their entire amount of PFAS to the fetus through blood, okay? A lot of interviews I did in the last 2 weeks get as a result the fact that a lot of mothers got a sort of sense of guiltness, okay? And that's, you know, one of the thousand of topics that we have to cover, the sense of guiltness of mothers. So, but again, it's taking too long, I know, Ryan. So, sorry, and thank you again.
Thank you so much, Gianluca. And for anyone interested in this subject, keep an eye out on Radar Magazine. They will be doing plenty more work in this area.
Thank you.
I would like to turn now to Shante Kozma. She is the Chief Content Officer at Global Press. She is based in New York. They're very recently IPI members, I would like to add, so welcome to the club. But the Global Press is a non-profit newsroom dedicated to training and employing women journalists in some of the world's least covered places. I'd like to hand it over to you now to tell your story. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ryan. No slides, just me, so hopefully I can keep you engaged. But yeah, really excited to talk to you all about this project. So our project spawned basically from this one idea that Press Freedom Day is, you know, we wanted it to be an entire month of content. So essentially, we started rolling out tons of statistics and data around press freedom across 11 of our 11 coverage countries, the entire month long. And it's going to culminate with a project that we're calling Voices of Defiance, which is a multimedia project that takes you inside our 11 coverage countries and through the stories of local journalists who have you know, struggled under the duress of lack of press freedom. And I think it's a really wonderful window into what Global Press does best. So number one would be just prioritizing care. It's the number one refrain that we heard from every journalist story, and these were really heart-wrenching stories, but the number one refrain we heard when we asked, what does press freedom mean to you, was, you know, the ability to be paid well for their work and be supported by newsrooms. So it's a really critical it's a really critical problem that we need to solve, and you know, just many newsrooms don't even have the mechanisms in place to support journalists. At Global Press, we have a duty of care program that's very comprehensive. It includes not only just training journalists to, you know, be safe on the ground, but also just a very, prioritized check-in schedule where our journalists, we know where they are at any given time, and that's incredibly important. If they're traveling for a story, for example, they need to check in with someone locally, and thank God we've never had any issues, but oftentimes, just knowing where they are, how they got there, the license plate number in the car, it's that we owe our journalists that level of attention to their safety. It's a bare minimum that we should provide, and in my mind, it is a standard. It should be a standard across all newsrooms. And then I would say the second thing that I wanted to chat about was how important it is to humanize the story. So for this project, not only did we have 11 journalists' stories, we had them written out. We also had voice notes, them explaining, what is press freedom to you. We have videos of them, sharing their story. But in addition to that, we also had a map that has all these statistics that we've been rolling out over the month. But if we would have just had that map and you would have just seen those numbers, 15 people imprisoned in Uganda each year in 2022, it wouldn't really have the same impact as really hearing first person from someone who's been through this. When the video comes out, I'm telling you that you will be in tears. It's these kinds of stories, they really underscore why we do the work we do. And I think, data just couldn't do it in the same way. And then I think, in general, we just need to be thinking about, a better model for journalism. The real special part about this project is it's really just ingrained in what Global Press does, which is we had our journalists, local journalists, across 11 countries, doing, working with the source, and, local videographers. So these stories can't be told. They're not going to happen the same way if you don't have that level of access, the context to know how to move through the community, the trust in the community. I'm sorry, as a journalist who's already under duress, who knows that they're constantly receiving threats, if an American journalist were to be flown in, they are not going to get that same story. They're not going to have that access to that source. And I really think it speaks to, again, like a wholesale change that we need to make in journalism. We need to trust the people who live in these communities to tell their own stories, not send journalists abroad to cover it. And I think that, that comes across in just the level of insight and context and trust that you receive from the source and the resulting story.
Shante, thank you so much. As a chief content officer overseeing projects all over the planet, how do you reconcile the question of, having local journalists tell their stories? Where do you actually achieve reach outside of their local context in which they're publishing? From an editorial standpoint, what is your role in the stories that the journalists in the different cities and localities are that you guys are working with?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think one important thing about Global Press is that we have a non-assignment policy. So I think that actually even goes back to safety again, right? If I'm not telling you what you need to cover, then I'm allowing you to assess, well, do I feel comfortable covering this, And I think that that's incredibly important.
Yeah, I think that's a level of oversight that I think few editors would be really willing to hand over, but it's a fascinating project and interesting to rethink the role of the foreign correspondent in telling global stories. Fernando, another friend and participant in IPI's Media Innovation Accelerator, you are the director of El Orden Mundial. You actually published a book in 2020 about geopolitics called The World Is Not As You Think. El Orden Mundial is the most read media website in Spanish about international affairs. And they're diversifying in all sorts of directions to make sure that they are reaching as many Spanish audiences out there as they can. I'd like to hand it over to you to tell more about El Orden Mundial. Yeah.
Thanks, Ryan. I'm very happy to be here. I'm the director of El Orden Mundial. As Ryan said, El Orden Mundial is the most read website in Spanish about international affairs. We are not focused. We have a previous panel about local politics. We are in the opposite place, this global affairs. We don't focus on Spanish politics. We don't focus on Spanish economy. We also focus on international and global affairs. It's covering the entire world. Why? Because in Spain and even in Spanish, because the most of our readers and listeners are also from Latin American countries. Spanish is a 500 million speaker languages. We needed to provide them that huge community with a global perspective about global affairs. But for example, in the United Kingdom or even in the United States, France, Italy, all that countries have media focused on international affairs, but in Spain we didn't have one. So we tried to develop one. Why? Because what's happening in the world is important to our lives. We lived a couple years ago a pandemic. We are living trade wars. We are living an energy crisis in Europe, or even a war in Europe. We are living with foreign countries trying to influence in our politics. So what's happening in Brussels, in Beijing, in Washington, in whatever you can imagine, it has an impact in our lives. Sooner or later, it will impact our lives. So if we don't know what's happening in the world, we don't know what to do when that outcome will come home. So we try to explain in an easy way what's happening in the world. We don't publish just by articles or long formats or longer reads. We also do podcasts, we also do radio, we are also on TV, and now with the help of the IP, we are trying to develop a video, including TikTok branch to develop our format. We are also an independent media, and why I say that? Because our main revenue source is subscription. We don't depend on companies, we don't depend on advertising, we don't depend on grants. We depend on the support of our community, of our readers. We have more than 3,000 subscribers that they bring to us almost the 70% of our yearly incomes. So we do not depend on any other revenue sources, but only in our readers. And this is very important to us because we can develop a sustainable model, a profitable model that tomorrow we don't depend on a company that don't want to renew the advertising. We don't depend on a foundation that tomorrow won't renew its grant and we go bankrupt, like happened to many media. We don't depend on advertising that tomorrow advertising prices goes down and we have a huge economic problem. We only depend on our readers. And that's the way we want to work on because we've seen, I'm only 31 years old, and I've seen in Spain, like many media during the 28 crisis, had huge economic problems, and also with its information covering because of the lack of economic independence. So we didn't want to repeat the past problems that other media had, and trying to build a new path to demonstrate that we can be profitable and sustainable without advertising or grants or whatever the traditional ways other media were following. And we also try to develop new formats like maps, graphs, and infographics that to many people are an easy way to understand how the world works. It's better to see a map and more entertaining than to reading an article. Because many times I don't want to read an article, I don't have time to read an article, but I have time to see a map or see a graphic or even listening to a podcast. So we always try to adapt what the user needs instead of being stick to the ground and just waiting to the audience come to us.
Thank you, Fernando. And really, EUM is a master class in diversification and sustainability, so I really appreciate the commitment to it. 2 questions for you. You have a massive following on social media across multiple platforms. How did you achieve the scale that you did with, and you know, attached to that, maybe the second question would be, how do you think about your audience broadly? Of course, you're based in Madrid, but you're a Spanish language project. You have readers all over the world. You know, how do you think about the different segments that you are targeting, and how does that fit into your core business model?
Regarding to the first question, we have 300,000 followers on Twitter, 60,000 on Instagram, and I don't know, 100,000 on Facebook, and in LinkedIn, I don't know. How did we build that? With quality content. I don't believe in clickbaiting. I don't believe in breaking news. I believe in good content, publish, working the time that is necessary to publish a good work in a way that your public is demanding. Because the audience will appreciate that effort. And in many years, also with the golden age of Twitter, not now, we had a huge growing years, but always trying to fit into what the user needs. And the second question, it's difficult because we have one of the main income sources about in our community is Spain, because it's one of the richest countries. But it's difficult to adapt to the cultural context of each audience comes from. It's not always to talk to somewhere in Mexico, to someone in Mexico, or Argentina, or in Spain, or in Peru, and Chile, and Colombia, etc. So it's very difficult to adapt to that communities. But in the way that we can do that, we try to. Because, for example, when we publish something about Spain, we are not thinking about the Spanish audience. We are thinking about how a Mexican reader, how a Colombian reader want to know about Spanish politics, and vice versa, because maybe we can make a podcast or write an article about the political situation in Colombia, for example. We try to think what a Mexican reader or a Spanish reader want to know about that issue.
Fascinating. It seems like there's an interesting dialogue between your project and Global Press, but maybe we can get into that later. I would like to now introduce the final speaker, Francois Embra. He is a tried and true radio journalist. He's been at a variety of radio stations in Côte d'Ivoire, started his career in Abidjan at a private radio station, and was eventually the editor-in-chief of Phoenix Radio in Bouaké, Côte d'Ivoire. Tell us about the project that you've been working on so far.
Thank you very much. I'm from Côte d'Ivoire. Côte d'Ivoire is a country of West Africa with 28 million of people. And I work in the second biggest town of the country. If you remember, in 2002, a rebellion occurred in Ivory Coast. And from this time until 2020, we noticed that we go from crisis to crisis. As a journalist, what is my role? What can I do exactly to help my country? I've decided to leave the political capital city to get in this second biggest town of the country At the beginning, I work with media, but with the time, I've decided to stay as a freelance journalist, just to get time to perform my different activities toward my community as a journalist. So the birth of social media and artificial intelligence, I talked to most of the young people in the area, because I noticed that all the crises that happen in my country is through social media and artificial intelligence, that people call young people to join the politician for, I can say, starting the different activities linked to crisis. I say, okay, if you use network, you use social media as tool for, starting the crisis, it means that can use the same tool for solutions. I start working in the domain of training first young people, because most of the time, because they don't have job, that they're always following the politicians. So I train them how to use social media for selling their product. Most of the time, they are in rural areas. Those who are students, they use social media, but they don't know exactly. They think, most of them think that it's just for getting friends. And I train them how to use social media for selling their vegetable, how to use social media to get partnership for selling products, how to use artificial intelligence for selling. A simple example, they grow a tomato in the area of Yamoussoukro. Yamoussoukro is the political capital city of the country, where there is the first and the biggest basilica of the world. When they sell their products, they don't know exactly at which price they can sell their product. I just tell them, take your phone, ask your artificial intelligence, where can we find a new partner that is near Yamoussoukro for buying my tomatoes? And 1 second, there is a result. And 1 second, there is a result. It's permit them to sell easily their products. And when they know that I do this for them without anything, it's free of charge, when I go toward them to talk to them about peace, it's very easy for them to listen to me and say, yes, if this man help us to find solution to sell our product, it means that if he's speaking about peace, it's possible that he can show us other way. And at the same time, I go toward my colleague journalists to tell them that using artificial intelligence is very important for us in the way that if you want to find information, it's very easy for you. You don't have car, you don't have bicycle, you don't have motorcycle. How is it possible to find easily an information in a very, far area? Just artificial intelligence can help you. And when they try, they see that it's really important, and it helps them find information easily and give the right information before I can say the bad one that come to activate crisis. So now, journalists in my area knows that with artificial intelligence, it's very easy to get information, and they can even work on a deep topic. Let's say that in the capital city of my country, Abidjan, most of the journalists are there. In Côte d'Ivoire, when you talk about press, you can see red press, green press is for those on power, and blue one, those on oppositions. If you're not blue, you're not green, it means that sometimes you become enemy of some of the politicians and people working in these different groups. So at the same time, I ask NGOs, this is the logo of the NGO, Afrique Hope, and I ask them, to what extent can you help me to create peace condition as a journalist? They say, we provide you computer, we provide you room. That's meaning I can even gather all the young people in the same room and show them how to use positively, I can say, artificial intelligence and social network. Today, my radio station that I've created with some of my colleagues, we got the first prize of the National Web Radio. So I would like to continue with other partners coming from other countries, but how? Sometimes it's difficult. But if you want to reach an objective, don't care about the obstacle that you find on the way. Because if I work for 10 years without any wage, I can say without any salary, it's not now that I have my own car for going through the different areas that I will stop my activities. So it's a very important topic, very important project for me, because the economy of our country is based on agriculture. And for me, when there is crisis, it's very difficult for the community to sell their products. So the topic is just artificial intelligence, social network for peace and for all. This is all.
Thank you, Francois. One question and maybe a comment. You talked a lot about the opportunities of artificial intelligence, especially in local contexts within Côte d'Ivoire. What does it really take to onboard that skill set and that kind of technology use, in different localities with different people? And my maybe comment or question would be, what lessons do you have in the experience you've had with artificial intelligence, using it as a form to communicate, to operate in crisis for media that are in the audience and outside of Côte d'Ivoire?
Okay. As far as this level is concerned, let's say that in Ivory Coast there is the sector of mine. Illegal mining activities is very permanent in my country. And some of the time, the crisis starts there. I wrote an article, I said illegal mining, poison in our foods. It's not because there is poison that people take to put in our food, but the water that people use for drinking, there is a pollution of water. So at the beginning, when I don't know how to use really the artificial intelligence, I get on Play Store and I just put intelligence artificial, or artificial intelligence, and then I see an application that can permit me, I log on this, I download this application and I ask him, here, can you find me an area where you think crisis can happen due to the pollution of water? I have the answer. And even this form, yesterday I asked the same question to see if artificial intelligence work everywhere. I'm in Africa and I left to Vienna. Does the same African intelligence artificial work here? And the answer is yes. So that's permit me. When I do at the beginning, it seems like it's a game, but when I use it, it's very easy for me to identify the places where crisis can happen due to this specific topic. So the journalists, Africa, stay Africa. We believe when we see the experiences. And now, in the different areas of my country with the journalists, there are more than 250 local journalists. And these journalists work for most of time for medias. But the problem is that less than 10 journalists out of 250 that speak English, because we are all Francophone countries. So the fact to share experience with international journalists permit me to get the right way for using artificial intelligence.
Thank you so much, Francois.
Thank you.
You've heard enough from me. I'd love to open it up to the field for questions. If you have any questions, let us know. But do just introduce yourself and specify who you're asking the question to. Any hands? Is everyone too hungry to ask a question? Yes, up here.
Thank you for your presentations. I have a question for Elena. I was wondering, how were you able to obtain the logs of Telegram conversations, and if maybe I missed this during your presentation, but I was wondering if it was, like a sort of connections with the people who were there, or it was more of a technical, endeavor.
Thank you for the question. It was like, when there is a building, there is a registry of people who are living there. Then you can find them on social networks or their phone numbers. So I tried this and just asked that, oh, I saw something published, but can you please share the full log? But the person who shared this, she said, I don't want to be named. So like this, you use these investigation tools to find what you want.
Any other questions? It looks like there's one back to the right. Two, in fact. Just introduce yourself and let us know who you're asking the question to.
Hi, my name is John Allen from Kenya. My question is to Francois. You obviously have done something very interesting and disruptive, especially for the people who take advantage of the low prices that the people that you're really marketing this solution to have suffered from. What's the reaction been from those people who have taken advantage of farmers in the past? And is there support for the kind of training that you're doing to be able to, spread it out throughout Côte d'Ivoire? And sorry, finally, these are actually three questions. And finally, what's been the response, especially at a government or policy level, to the kind of initiative that you have in terms of training people on the ground? Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Most of my activities are in the area of Beke. Beke is the area where the rebellion in Ivory Coast occurs, because it's most of the time there that people have so much problem. The response is that today, if you get in the area, I've started my training since 2014. Today, if you get in the Beke area, you see that young people don't have the same way of reacting life in the past time. Today, they use internet for even sensitizing people to not get in the active activities with politicians, so that it creates other crises. We go in near the regional and local elections. It will be on September. But you see that young people themselves organize small activities of training at the University American Corner. And there they teach young people that if they want to get a peaceful environment, it's up to them to create their own activities. I mean, entrepreneurship, without following always the government. But the response of the government this time, when the police officers, when the military organize activities, they always call me to show them the strategies, how I manage with young people, so that all the time, if they call young people, come in this activity, they say, is Francois there? They ask me the question to know, are you a journalist or are you a leader? I say, I'm a journalist and I'm a leader at the same time. Because journalist is normally someone that contributes to the development of his community. I still go on writing on my press. I still going on broadcasting. But I think my broadcast can really help a community. So I can just say that it's a positive response from the government. The only fact is that they don't see me on green price. They don't see me on blue one. And I'm sure that they're asking a question, what kind or who is exactly Francois? And my answer is someone that wants to contribute to his community development. That's all.
I think there's another question in the back, right? Yeah.
Hi, I'm Agnieszka from Poland, and I have a question for Fernando, because you said that such a big chunk of your funding comes from audience, which is amazing, and I'm sure a lot of nonprofits would love to see that. The audience is so supportive. I just wanted to ask, how did you introduce that model and convince people that it's worth paying for the content you're providing? Was it like a paywall or was it subscription? Like, what were the tires that you went through the funnel? Thanks so much.
Thanks for your question. We have two subscription, a monthly one and a yearly one. Why or how to convince people to pay for news? That's the big question. I think there are only two ways. The first is listening what people need from you. And the second one is providing them with a good quality content. I think one of the biggest mistakes in media is produce a lot of content is like flooding the ecosystem and okay, one of your articles will go to Google Discover and will get a lot of readers. But when you listening to people, when you try to provide them with good quality content, people is smarter than we usually think. And they know how to recognize when you treat them with respect and quality. And if you do that regularly and along the time, you will get not the seeds, but the fruit of your work. So I encourage to be patient and working on a long term, because if you do a good work and with a long term vision, you will get your prize.
Thank you, Fernando. I think there was one more quick question up here.
Hi, I'm Lucia Sikorova, journalist from Czech Republic. I would like to ask Gianluca regarding these environmental topics. Where's the young audience? Did you make any good experience how to reach out to the audience and especially the young people on any specific social network, or how do you spread your very important content? Thank you.
Thank you. So we got several responses. I'm talking about my own experience from several places in Italy, and it was not surprising, but you know, I was happy to see how we were contacted by a community in Tuscany, one in Sicily, one near Milan. The Veneto activists asked us for more and more and more. They offered us a lot of support, okay? And this kind of contacts are keeping going on, okay? So probably at the end of this panel, after opening my email, okay, I will find some other messages asking me to go somewhere in Italy to talk and to investigate about their cases of PFAS pollution, okay? Quick anecdote about the Veneto activist, again, in the Venice area. There is a trial in court going on, and they asked me to cover the trial. And 4 days ago, in court, there was Robert Billot, the lawyer by the movie Dark Waters. The character was interpreted by Mark Ruffalo, but that's another story, okay? So there are different needs from different parts of Italy, and Radar Magazine became a sort of hub for this kind of request.
All right, I think that's all we have time for. Unfortunately, I wouldn't want to cut into anyone's lunch period, so let's give a round of applause to the speakers today. So you have an hour and 15 minutes for lunch. At 2:15, there's a session in this room called Modeling Journalism and the Business Under Pressure. Across in the Ovalhalle is Cybercrime Laws, a new front line for press freedom. And in the Leopold Atelier, there's a film screening called The Killing of Shireen Abu Akleh. So enjoy your lunch, and thank you for your attention, everyone.
Right on time, 2:15. Welcome back, everybody. What a beautiful day this has been, and I hope everybody got some time in the sun, talking, networking, doing the great things that the IPI World Congress provides a platform for. So this is a moment where we try to bring together the two big themes of the Congress and also of the IPI Global Network. And that is, how do we model journalism and the businesses that support it under the pressure of a rising authoritarianism? And here we're going to get some insights into how independent journalists and news outlets are standing up as governments try to crack down from a really outstanding group, Anatnat, Emma Dimitradze, Swewin, Monteria Laka, and moderated by Slovakia's most excellent tech and media journalist, David Tvdron. Right now, David is at the heart of the nuttiest problem in journalism as subscription growth and retention specialist at Slovakia's Petit Press. So help us tell this story, David.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. So happy you stuck around for this session. I was just telling the other panelists that this is going to be it's very transcontinental kind of premiere for me. So I would love to welcome also our all of our guests. So because it's very transcontinental, we will start with each of the participants just telling us about their publication and their work, because not all are publications, and then we will try to dive in deeper how they have been, working on making journalism sustainable or helping others to make journalism sustainable in their regions. And I think we already had a small a mini session before this big session, and I think it's going to be very, very, very interesting. So we can start from Irma and just work our way, and then I'll have some more questions.
Thank you. Is it? It's on. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for being here. It is really symbolic for me to be here today, because today is the Independence Day of Georgia, which marks 105 years since we first announced our independence from Russia. Unfortunately, then we were occupied by the Soviet Union, and it is just only last 32 years that we are again independent country and struggling to keep it, as 20% of our country is still occupied by Russia. And also it's a very important day for me because it's a birthday of our publication. Exactly, thank you. It was exactly 22 years ago when the first newspaper was published. It was only 8 pages. And to be honest, it was not started as a very well-planned business or something like that. It was more of a response, protest of young Georgian women, as it is a women-founded organization. Because back then we had very authoritarian mafia kind of ruler in the region. It was a time to give you understanding, you could have money, lots of, but you couldn't get the ticket of the theater because you didn't know somebody on the high levels or with officials. So it was against this kind of regime and started it like that. Sometimes our editor, who is also a co-founder, says that if we knew it would be so difficult and if we thought so much logically with the details, maybe we wouldn't risk doing that. So it was idealistic plan to fight against it by the journalism. So to give you just understanding of Georgia, who doesn't know, it is like a country which is situated, surrounded by Russia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Turkey. And the population is 3.5 million only. And we speak Georgian, which is not a very wide language. About us is that in those 22 years, we were seeing 3 different political parties, 3 different regimes, and everything went, they start nice and they go rough after that. We had newspaper, after newspaper we launched the magazine because we couldn't afford having newspaper anymore, and after the magazine we became totally digital. So now we own 2 media platforms, As I said, it started as a regional media, local media, but in 2009, in 2010, we launched the nationwide website of our newsroom, so we have now 2 publications. That's why it reads Batumi Levinet Gazeti. And yeah, we have, our revenue comes mostly from the advertisement and some different commercial projects, and also the grants, which are main source so far. And I will be glad to talk details later. Sorry, I took a lot of time.
It's fine, so thank you. So let's go from Georgia to Nigeria. Motunrayo, tell us about your venture.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So I am Motunrayo Alaka from Lagos, Nigeria. Our organization, the Wole Soyinka Center for Investigative Journalism, started in 2005. 2005 for Nigeria was about 6 years into our return to democracy. We had returned to democracy in 1999 after a protracted military rule of 29 years. And so it was important for us to help the journalists and the media redefine itself in the face of democracy. Before then, media had been mostly combatant, facing it off with, colonial masters, or facing it off after we got independence from the colonial masters, facing it off with the military government. It was important for us to explain and help the media understand that in a democracy, it still had an active role, and that investigative reporting will still be important to do, because we do have to hold the elected government accountable to the people. So we started as an award-making organization in 2005. We were giving awards to journalists who, despite coming out of those trenches of military rule, still had the courage to hold government accountable. And the award is still on. It is 18 years now. Afterwards, we moved on to begin to think of not just asking society of a particular standard, but being a part of the community that built that standard for society. So we are more like a convening organization for investigative reporting, building the culture in the country. But we have found out that investigative reporting is more like icing on the cake. If the cake is not there, there will be no need for icing. So we've had to get ourselves involved with issues of ethics of the media, sustainability of the media, ensuring press freedom generally, ensuring that journalists get a good living wage, many issues that we initially did not think was part of our scope have become our scope. We have a Report Women program, which is basically asking for equality between men and women in the news media and in the news in Nigeria. It's one of our biggest programs. So basically, we intervene in different issues. We also do resources. We do a lot of research. We research how the media is reporting issues, education, electricity, oil and gas, girls and women issues. And we take these numbers back to journalists and to media houses to engage them on how they're reporting. We also use them to develop curriculums and training materials so that we're training from a point of view of knowledge of the gaps in the media.
Thank you. Anand, let's go to India. Try to press the button.
Hello, good evening. Hi. Thank you. So just to give a background about what Caravan is the magazine, long-form narrative journalism magazine from India. The magazine started, as I think Irma was saying about her publication, something which was maybe not very well planned, but maybe a product of passion. I mean, for me, it was my fascination with long-form journalism magazines like the New York or Atlantic, which do, not news weeklies, but of course, curating richly reported, finely narrated stories. So the magazine was started in 2010 to cover a cross-section of politics, art, culture, literature, and that's what we did for the next 4 years. And slowly in 2014, and we were always anti-establishment. The magazine was founded on anti-establishment, investigative journalism, school of thought, but it covered a lot more than politics. but gradually, as 2014, the new government came in place, a more fundamentalist right-wing government, the space for media freedom started getting curtailed, and the establishment media, the large established newspapers and magazines and television channel, which would be slightly critical of the government even earlier, not that they were overtly, excessively critical, but yet they would take up the important stories. That space started getting sort of diminished, either because of a result of intimidation and the kind of things that I think have been spoken about in the last day and a half, intimidation, or sometimes it could be financial pressures, so on and so forth. The larger established media stopped criticizing government, and therefore the space for independent political investigation opened up and has been largely taken over by smaller publications like ours, like Wire, like Scroll, all of them who are here. And that's where the magazine turned far more political in its coverage, and that's where we found ourselves naturally gravitating in that space, just because the reader need and reader response was far more, you can say, far more immediate. And that's important because the magazine was started, again, with very little planning, and it's run by a slightly larger publishing house, of which I'm a publisher as well. We publish multiple magazines. And the initial thought was that we will sell some magazines, we'll sell advertising, and we'll make much more money from advertising. But that never happened. It never happened because, I guess, it was a niche magazine to begin with. But later on, because it was so politically, you can say, investigative, that large corporates would be wary of advertising the magazine. We never got any share of government advertising, which is a huge spender in the country. So in fact, I mean, figures vary because it's difficult to sort of put together numbers, but almost 30 to 40% of all advertising that flows into the country is from a government source. Magazines like Caravan or any other investigative news outlet would not get any share of that revenue, and that's irrespective of party lines. I mean, whether it's a right-wing government, whether it's a left communist government, which are there in some states, this is across party lines. It's not, it will be unfair to sort of zero it on one party. So as a result, circling back to the journey of the magazine, our initial hypothesis was we'll sell magazine, reach out to the urban, intellectual, well-traveled audience, make money from advertising. That never happened earlier because of business decisions, later because of political ramifications. And 2018, so for the first 8 years, the magazine ran heavy losses. The publishing house funded it. And 18 onwards, we put up a digital paywall. And since then, actually, the magazine is almost more or less sustainable. And that's, again, important because for us, the most important thing that we are serving to our readers is independent, objective investigation, anti-establishment investigation. Anti-establishment could be politics, it could be corporate, it could be even media. In fact, every year we carry a special issue called the media issue, in which we do an introspective piece on how Indian media has been functioning, especially from news media. And there again, I mean, the underlying idea is that, establishment, it will be probably a bit narrow to look at establishment only in the realm of politics. There is establishment in every field, whether it's entertainment, sports, media, law, judiciary. And that's what the magazines, our focus has been. Overwhelming focus is towards politics, but basically questioning all kind of media. We're almost often told, why can't you do positive journalism? And, well, our answer is that is for them to do through their Twitter or their Instagram or their PR agencies. Our job is to do objective, investigative reportage, and that's what readers want. And and this is evidence-backed. Our subscription journey has been quite successful. Every time we do important, sensitive stories, readers respond. The other thing is the magazine's journalism is all long form. Our typical cover story is almost 10, 12, 15,000 words. They're not written, they're commissioned almost 4 or 5 months before they're published. It takes almost 4 months of reportage. And that's ended up being important for us because over the last 13 years, we have an archival collection of almost thousands of stories which have been written from a long-term perspective. So if even today there's a breaking news, and if we have done a story on it, on a subject that is relevant to that breaking news, or a character which could be 4 or 5 years old, we are able to get a lot of traction on those stories because they were not written with a perspective of immediate news. So we are not in the breaking news genre. We are in sort of documenting political processes and well, politics. And
cool. Thank you. Sve, let's go to Myanmar.
Thank you for having me on this panel. So I come from the country of Burma or Myanmar, which is located in the Southeast Asia, right between India and China and north of Thailand. This is a nation of 52 million people. It was formerly a British colony, and then we got a brief period of democracy after the British left, and then we got the military dictatorship starting 1962 until 2010, and then from 2010 until 2020, 10 years of limited democracy under the constitution written by the military. But the new dictator, it seems that he's not happy with the limited power. He succeeded, actually. So he took control of, he launched yet another coup in 2021. That's the backdrop. So I was actually a former political prisoner. I was jailed at the age of 20. And then I was serving a life sentence. I did 7 years in total. After that, I was pardoned in a general amnesty. So I was interested about journalism even before I was thrown into jail, actually, you know. So after I got out of the prison, I jumped into journalism, actually, you know. So that is the backdrop, actually, you know, of our country. So Myanmar now, actually, you know, so which I has been working for since 2015, actually. It was founded, you know, with the initial support of Thomson Reuters Foundation in 2015. My colleague here, Tenla, when she's here in the audience, actually, she set up. So this is largely a donor-funded entity, but I found there is a lot of potential for business, because this is a nation with a lot of democratic aspirations. Why TikTok is popular, you know, you go to Southeast Asian countries, actually, you know, a bit of democracy, an illusion of democracy, but a lot of social control, you know. People might be actually complacent, you know, many people, actually, you know, they might mistake some sort of material word for freedom, actually, which is, you know, actually, you know, a lot of things, you know, are going around in the political infrastructure. But here in our country, the unique thing is people are so much obsessed with the democracy. We want to get genuine democracy, full-fledged democracy. So that means that people are so much obsessed with the news. So many people read news, serious news. So for example, my outlet have at least 3 to 6 million visitors, actually. I found the majority of these readers are between the ages of 25 and 34. They are reading serious news, not like anywhere in Asia or Southeast Asia. So it means a lot of potential for business, actually. And then I started to utilize that eagerness in the public for politics and news, actually. So even though we started out as largely as a donor-funded organization, we started receiving a substantial amount of money from the readers every week, every month. Sometimes we receive thousands of dollars, even on a single day, actually, to the extent that we have to issue an appeal to the readers to stop money so that our mobile banking applications were not frozen, you know. So a lot of money. Why we are receiving? Because in a closed society, which just opened up, so there is a lot of competition. We have 2 or 3 medias which have long been existent, largely funded by the Western governments. We have 2 or 3 others local outlets, sometimes some of which actually, they did a lot of censorship. Some of them were affiliated with a powerful military family, etc. Actually, So you don't have a lot of rival, You don't have a lot of rival. And then what's lacking is quality journalism. Quality journalism is lacking. So we trying to focus on the quality, not on the quantity, actually. So we produce those stories, and then as a result of which, we receive a substantial amount of money. And then what we did is we started selling digital space, digital slots in our video, in our website. We do a marketing survey, and then we started charging triple price. Triple price. If somebody charge $500 for a restaurant, we would charge triple price, $1,500. That's the price they have to pay for our reputation, actually, So that's the situation. The situation is very rosy, I would say, actually. I even think of becoming millionaire, actually, So every day, actually, So there is a lot of eagerness in the public. Most of these readers cannot read English, actually, So we have writers, we have Associated Press, So they do just occasional job, actually, They would do national stories, actually. But the public needs more than that. There are a lot of unknown stories, unknown stories, which only the local are capable of digging in, understanding, actually. You tell the local stories by local journalists, but in a proper, qualitative manner, actually, So I would say, actually, there is a lot of potential. We still receive support from our readers, but right after the 2021 military coup, we were kicked out of the country. Our license was revoked. Our bank accounts were frozen. We still have money in the local banks. We cannot access anymore. We cannot access all this money. And then the majority of the public never had access to the foreign banking services like the credit card, Visa card or MasterCard. They have nothing. For example, PayPal. PayPal does not provide services in our country, actually, because they cannot do proper paperwork, actually, proper regulation, etc. So yeah, that's the situation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. When I sum up the keywords, there was quality journalism, press freedom, and evolution and struggling, let's call it. If we had this panel maybe 5 years ago or 10 years ago, probably there would be like, chief business officers sitting here, chief advertising officers, but most of you work with journalists, most of you, do get to create content and so on. So one of the things that we see in journalism is this evolution, like, okay, it's when it comes to business, there's like, you have to get involved almost like. My question to Motunrai is, you get to talk with a couple, so you not just work with one newsroom, but several newsrooms. When you talk with media leaders, newsroom leaders, what would you say when you come to them, like, let's do these investigative big pieces, and you talk about business of journalism in Nigeria, what do you most hear from them is the struggle?
Okay, so there's a lot of eagerness, there's a lot of acceptance of the need for investigative journalism. Nigeria's media space is quite robust. Generally, the people they are enlightened, and that is why also when we look at the theme of media innovation and artificial intelligence vis-a-vis business models, we do then need to also speak to the fact that access to technology is about access to the resources that fund technology. and access to resources is resource control becomes a control of narratives. So an example that I always like to make is it's news that Mungo Park, discovered in River Niger in Nigeria. That's what the history book says. But as far as we know, it is access to resources that made Mungo Park, a Scottish foreigner who came into Nigeria, say is the one who discovered it. There were people who were living in that community at the time that he came. It wasn't lost. So, but he discovered it because he has the access to write, he has the access to publish. So that is where the gap comes in. There's eagerness for investigative reporting. There is eagerness to do things differently. But the resources that are available to publish, to investigate, the resources that you need to send a reporter from Lagos, for instance, to a remote place in the northeast where we have a crisis with the Boko Haram. It might not be available to the media house because the media house is dealing with existential issues of, paying salaries for the reporters. It is dealing with issues of newsprint, which is imported. And right now the economy has been really shaky. So all of the things that the print media uses, for instance, is imported from outside the country. So the cost of that is weighing down print media. And it got worse during COVID. Some of them scaled down from printing 48 pages to 32 pages. And there are media houses that have not recovered since then. There's also, so yes, media owners are eager, but commercialization is distracting. And the capacity to innovate and, change to this new media is not as easy. Now, the bigger media houses even have it better. Business Day, for instance, has a paywall in Nigeria, but it's a niche publication. It deals with business, so elites generally, and it has content that many other people would not have. So because of that, people will pay and they will subscribe. But if you have content that other people have, especially in the digital age where a random person who is not a journalist might also have the same story on Twitter, on Facebook, for instance, then, it becomes a barrier. Also, the willingness of the owner. So when you talk about advertising, many of the media houses have advertising, but in Nigeria, you can say government equals business to an extent because government controls the frameworks and government controls the space. So like you said, if you're doing investigative reporting, you are going to be starved of advertisement. A clear case of 234 Next, which was a media house that came up in 2009, thereabout, and it was dead by 2012. Basically because they were doing long-form, deep investigation, calling the government to account. They were doing investigations that other media houses would not go near, but they were dependent mostly on commercials. And so all government had to do was, put pressure on the people who were advertising on them, and they withdrew their funds, and it died. At that time, we didn't have the robust funding system from donors that we have now for media. The funding system, donor funding, is quite robust now. But even that, at best it's an intervention because in a few years' time, the donors are going to go. They're going to have other things to do. And sometimes you're like, oh, we don't want government interest. But how about donor interest? Donors mostly also have their interest. They might want you to cover particular issues. They might say, oh, maybe climate change, but poverty is the issue here. Or they might say, oh, we want to know about resource governance, but really water, something else, education is the issue there. So it also takes your focus off what is most important. In the last few years, we've been working with organizations. So we're giving sub-grants to 26 media and media support organizations. And with this fund, through the MacArthur Foundation, with this fund, I personally have been very much educated about the challenges that smaller media houses, because generally we worked mostly with the bigger media houses, the legacy media, and maybe the new ones who are run by people who left legacy media to start perhaps online media. But now working with like really shoestring budget media houses where they can't keep more than 2-3 staff permanently. Every other staff is a freelancer. They can't really maintain having an office of their own. They cannot have a legal department. And so when many of them get strategic lawsuits, just going back and forth to the court can kill their thirst for investigation because they don't have the hands to do it. So beyond, the eagerness, there are complications that then hinder their capacity to be able to be vibrant and to continue to do investigations.
Just to follow, so you also do get to talk to them about sustainability? Like, do you actually tell them, like, okay, we come to you, we do this investigative journalism, we try to make your newsroom more professional, better, but, be aware, 2, 3, 5 years in the future, we might, maybe ask for the money from you, or like there will be no other funding. Like, what's the reaction to this?
Yes, well, it's a reality that we live in because we are not also sure. So we have a 3-year funding for a donor, for instance. You're not sure that donor will renew, or you're not even sure that in the middle, the donor interest does not change. So it's a reality that we have to discuss, not just with media organizations, but actually with individual journalists. So we have conversations with journalists about sustaining even themselves as journalists because their salaries cannot many times be enough for them. There are media houses who do their best and who try to push, they fund their investigations. We provide funding for investigative journalistic work. So if you want to write a story, you pitch to us, we can provide the fund. But we also know that all of that is not long term. So we talk to individual journalists about the skills that they have that are, that they can convert to payments, like research tools, their capacity to do research, their capacity to write, their capacity to edit. So we always include that as models. And for the media houses, we're having conversations about keeping good records for your accounts, for instance. So getting into the support, we thought we were going to be supporting them to do investigative reports alone. But many of these organizations were really small. And so we had to get into, some of them were not properly registered. We had to lead them through, this is how to register, this is what kind of board you want to have. We have to lead them through, you have to keep your finance.
It's almost like business basics 101.
Totally, totally. So we have to lead them through, how do you keep your account? So many of them say, oh, we just pay cash. Like, you can't pay cash. You have to have receipts, you have to have documentation, you have to write reports. So we're having to do all of that. So when you layer artificial intelligence, as exciting as it is on that, it becomes a burden, really, because from many presentations on artificial intelligence, and it is here to stay, so we do have to look at ways to look into it and ensure that it works for us. But if Panama Papers says, oh, we brought the data down, and then we had to verify every data that AI gave to us to be sure, then where is the human capacity for a small newsroom to verify what they got? Like during the last elections, one thing was the safety of journalists. Some journalists right there, when they were trying to cover the elections, their phones were collected, and they told us that the people who collected the phones knew exactly where to go. We had a Twitter space about post-mortem safety of journalists after the elections. The inauguration is on Monday. Many journalists said, people who collected our phone, they knew where to delete the pictures, they knew where the pictures were, they knew where the videos are, they were trained to do that. So when it's technology and you talk about resource control, it also looks like government may have the upper hand in terms of actually capacity to train people to know what to do, to get the information, of journalists. And the journalists cannot really be able to fight this.
it's very similar. When I in the past talked to Belarusian journalists, they had the similar issue. The government was like very up to date with some of the technology skills, and so they had to evolve even further. You all mentioned, except Irma mentioned some kind of direct reader revenue. So I'm just curious, Irma, what's the conversation around direct reader revenue of some kind for your publications? Because like many publications are either thinking about it or struggling how to start, and well, let's just say it's not easy, right? So running a reader revenue.
Yeah, our country is specific in this direction because I don't remember, and I researched, like there is no successful example of having it, membership.
You can be the first?
Yeah, of course, you can always be the first, but before there are lots of researches done about it. We always wanted to do it. Like, who doesn't want to be financially sustainable, right? And what is the better than your reader supporting you directly? Unfortunately, all the researches what we did showed that our society, our public is not ready for that. Their behavior is different totally. There are different challenges and needs that they have. There is poverty problems. There is this, like, for example, I'll tell you this. When we published a story about social issues, the readers call us asking us, we want to support that family, we want to support that cause, but we don't trust others, so can you give us your bank account and we will transfer money to you? So you can, because we trust you, we know that it will go to that family, to that cause. We also ran some social project which was about giving access to the books for people who live in the mountains. And it was also successful. We ran this 2-month campaign of crowdfunding, and yeah, they did it. Like, we received all this donation and stuff, but when it is about paying for news, it's not something that a Georgian society is up to. Even in entertainment, they are not paying for that. Like, our regulator had to bring a new law about, like, they tried to regulate things like, for example, screening movie without license and stuff. And everybody thought that, okay, now at least one thing in Georgian internet will be like on payment or a subscription or membership or something like that, and this will set the example. But they failed because nobody paid, like only a few hundred maybe. They found different ways. It's also the issue of copyrights, which are not so highly protected in Georgia. Like, they can always find a different source to find that. Or like, also we are now having this difficulties, one of the most difficult period of our time since the war in 2008. Because like, now the government, what she mentioned right now, right? How the advertisers also go away. This is what government is doing in our country right now. We had the advertisers before. We had published books, documentary books as our commercial project, and they were paying money for the advertisement there. But now even they are refusing to do so because they say you are critical, and like, I don't want to have like my advertisement in the media which is critical to the government, because then I will have the problems. And there is this huge polarization, like the other part of businessmen, they are supporters of the opposition parties, and there are medias also who are like teamed to the opposition and the ruling party, and like, you know, I do really want to support the media, but all the money I have for the advertisement, I prefer to take and bring to that media company which is proposition. But at the end of the day, like, you are an only independent media which is needed to show the result, like to be truthful, because people also know that it is so polarized and people also don't trust them. We have readers a lot, like in 3 months, to give you the understanding, like we had more than 1,200,000 unique visitors on our website, which is a huge number if you remember that it's like only 3.5 million Georgians, and our publication is in Georgian, which obviously not many people speak in. So in this direction, like, we are thinking that once we kind of have the chance to think and power and time to think about more innovations, to implement something, to work with our audience better, then maybe we will try it again, because it's something.
Not in the near future. You say.
Now we are fighting for survival, for paying the salaries, for making sure that we are operating, because now next year we have the elections, and now Russia and this full-scale war is going, the propaganda is huge, and everything at the same time. But also I think we should remember that the same models don't work everywhere the same way. So just it is what it is. In the region, there are, the country itself is the media, ecosystem is very difficult also. We talked about our Turkish colleagues who were here yesterday, and it's like disappearing. Now it's about the survival, unfortunately.
Sve Anand, when we talk about reader revenue, there's also two topics which come up frequently. One is the relationship with platforms, social media platforms, which I'm curious where you stand there, Sve, especially coming from Myanmar, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and what's the current view of these in terms of building sustainability? It used to be, yeah, let's invest there, build an audience, and then let's try to monetize the audience, on our websites through donations and this. And I feel like it's evolving, at least when I talk to outlets over here. So I would love to hear your take on this one about building audience, and then how you come to view the platforms in that relationship.
Okay, thank you. In our country, actually, when the country opened out, the first thing they found is the Facebook. So people don't do Google search a lot. So Facebook is actually internet in our country. So it means that there is a huge of dependence on Facebook for news. But then Facebook started changing policy actually, as you see actually, you see a lot of rubbish, I would say actually, on the Facebook, trying to compete with TikTok, etc. All these things, they are playing with their algorithm to demote actually all kinds of serious news actually, or serious content, I would say actually, So this is the backdrop. In our country, 80 to 90% of the people would just go to Facebook, So that is good for us actually in the beginning actually, for engagement with the readers actually. So and also we were able to take advantage of that for commercial purposes as well, we do digital advertising using Facebook, actually, So we direct sales, of these video clicks actually. So there was a huge amount of money, not the money from the Facebook studio or YouTube studio, nothing like that actually. We got a substantial amount of money that was good, but now. It's been 2 years, Facebook has been playing with this algorithm, trying to limit all this kind of news content. Facebook particularly had a serious issue in our country actually with the crackdown on Rohingya Muslim minority. Facebook was playing actually, criticized, not playing, sorry, criticized for its irresponsibility, actually. I think it is trying to regulate as much as possible, but there are a lot of areas Facebook should be held to account. They were gray areas. They deliberately ignore for sheer commercial purposes, So that's the thing. We had a good scenario, I would say, with the Facebook and with the readers. Still, our readers come, about 9 million readers of us come reading our news through the Facebook. So we're trying to change our strategy because in response to Facebook deliberate tactics, for example, if you embed your story link on the Facebook, Facebook would demote, etc. So we will not publish any we will not embed link. We will just publish the teaser and the summary, and then just a link actually below, not the embedded link, etc. To capture the audience actually, you know. So that's the thing actually in our country. But what we are trying to do now is actually we feel that we should not be eternally held hostage by Facebook. If Facebook takes more drastic options, you know, that would be a nightmare for us. We have to prepare. We have to find ways to seek independence from Facebook actually, you know.
So what it is, because you mentioned the reality that's also happening here. You know, you see lower reach on social platforms. Platforms want you to give them your content. They're never going to pay you, or just like pay you a little bit of money. You know, publishers over here usually turn to newsletters, podcasts, mobile apps. What is it that you're you know, thinking about? Like, are you thinking about, oh, let's turn our website into a destination so that people go, you know, to Myanmar now instead of Facebook.com, or what are the strategies that you mentioned?
Yeah, we've been trying actually to redirect the readership to our website actually, you know. So we have made some progress for now. For example, when we started out, 80% or 90% of the reader came through Facebook. Now 25% are coming actually, you know, because you know.
So 25 are coming directly or
directly?
Okay.
Directly. Actually, you know, after the military coup, actually, the military regime blocked the social media platform and also blocked the news website. So many people started using VPN. Actually, you know, so to access actually. So sometimes people just fed actually, you know, because if you have a Facebook account, or even if you like, you know, if you click a like on an outlaw media entity, you might run the risk of being, I don't know actually, you know, getting in trouble in our country.
I understand. We also take audience questions, so if you have any questions, you can raise your hand, and if not, we'll continue. Okay, but you know, you can think about your questions, so we can take them. Anand, so you have a successful subscription product. How do you manage to keep those subscribers subscribed? Because that's a huge question, right? Like, how much do we invest into subscriber, member, donor acquisition, and how much time and effort and tools do we spend on like retention? Because like getting someone to pay first time, it's, I would say, easier than you know, getting them come back every year, every month. You know, if we look over to you know, different countries, like there's like this struggle to always go and basically convince them like we are worth it.
Honestly, we don't do a great job of that. Subscription retention is probably the biggest problem that we face, because it is very hard to retain subscribers. Also, our magazine and the website is not a high volume content magazine. We publish about 30 stories in a month, and any big English newspaper in the country would be publishing 200 stories a day. Even I think the likes of our immediate, let's say, I wouldn't say call them competitors, but they are actually a brethren, Wire and Scroll, were here. They publish 30 stories a day of, you know, so the content, I mean, our stories could be very long for sure, but the number of stories that we are publishing is very, very small. So as a result, it's not that we are giving a lot of content to them through the year. And therefore the touch points are limited. And in fact, that's a question that we are really struggling to sort of answer, that how do you create sustainable readership for readers given that you're going to produce a limited number of content. And we're very clear that we don't want to go into the space of responding to breaking news, because enough and more news publishers are doing that. They're coming to us for those very, very extremely long, richly reported stories. So the ideas are somewhere in the realm that you had sort of pointed to: newsletters, podcasts, or some video production, using our archival content and creating short ways to sample that content and contextualizing it with breaking news of today. So if something happened today, we have archival content which might be of relevance to sort of contextualize what happened. It won't tell you what happened now, but it might tell you what happened back in the day to the main characters of that. And that could be a way to sort of touch point the reader that, okay, there is merit in sustaining. But the honest answer is we're not great in retention. We ride heavy on the goodwill that we don't run. I mean, we do have a contribute, an option to contribute money, but that doesn't give us much money. Much of the revenue comes from subscription. And for us, as we see, subscription is a way for readers to even contribute to the magazine. Of course, they're paying for, mostly the subscription is at the back of a certain reader, that certain story that the reader wants to read. And because that story itself, they know that we are known for publishing these like huge, richly reported stories. It might be worth the money that we are charging. Plus, of course, you're getting all the archival content. And of course, there is a goodwill that here's an independent magazine. So there is a sort of social cause, factor that we are riding high on. But short of that, subscription retention is a challenge.
Okay, so it's a topic for you as well, yes. Up to date. Okay, we have any questions? Okay, we have a couple of questions. I'm going to go around.
So I just have a small question. So when you say that subscription base, how does subscription base works, especially for the user perspective? So like I am a user, sometimes I pay because I like an organization like Caravan, so I am like a regular subscriber of Caravan, or Wire because I am from India. Or in other countries, how do people pay? They pay for the monthly or yearly subscription, or they just pay for the story base, like this story I like, so I want to pay only for this story or that story. So how does that work in other countries also? I want to know.
I mean, I can quickly, you know about Caravan, but I'll quickly tell for everybody else. We have a very simple annual package because we thought about it a lot. Should we have micropayments, one story or monthly? But we realized that the cost of marketing the website or the magazine for that one story or a monthly subscription may not be commensurate to the revenue that you get. So keep it simple. Don't give too many choices to the readers. In fact, there's enough and more evidence out there that the more choices you give, the more confused you will make the reader. Try and give them 2 or 3 at most very easy to understand packages. Ride on your goodwill, of course, create good content. In fact, one thing I just wanted to touch upon Indian media here, I'm sorry, deviating from the question, is that historically, Indian media, newspapers and print media has, for the last 40 years, has been built on a certain behavior of serving the newspaper extremely cheap. The newspaper in India, English newspapers, in fact, were 2 or 3 rupees, and even now some of them are like 4 or 5 rupees, which is nothing. The cost of printing and producing, just the printing and producing, forget the editorial cost, is 5 to 6 times of the revenue that they're generating. So as a result, and why it's important is because readers are used to getting, you could actually make more money by selling the newspaper at the end of the day to the person who recollects rubbish from their house. So really, from recycler, exactly. So as a result, the Indian consumer is served on for last 30 years for expecting news to be cheap. But having said that, last 4 years, almost all publishing houses, big, large, medium, are gearing towards subscription because they've realized advertising is not going to work for you. Platforms are not going to work for you. Platforms, trained all the publishing houses on their own Kool-Aid that create a lot of content, get great readership, and you will make money from advertising. That nothing happened. Now they're saying create video content and you will make more money. That's also not going to happen. So now publishers are also saying, I think more and more are realizing, let's try and create great content and get money from readers. There is no more complicated answer around that. But of course, it's not as simple as.
Sve Motunraja, do you want to comment on the question?
Yeah, so we have mixed models. There are people who will ask you to pay per story. There are people who will tell you to pay per month, and there are some who would say pay every year. But subscription has generally not been very successful. It's mostly successful for niche publications, like they have like very unique content. But I really believe that, and we want to explore with media organizations, that it is because what he said about print is very true of Nigeria. For the 26 organizations we're managing, we find that the people from broadcast, they are like very upfront about, you have to pay for this, you have to pay for that, like this is here time, it's not free. But the people from print and online, usually there's this public service mindset first, and they don't charge for, and people are used to, it's news, it's our right, it's supposed to be available for everybody.
Everywhere the same.
So it is now intention done, and then the editors and the media houses are also not so good at thinking of the business. Many researches that I have led in how media works in Nigeria shows that the lack of strategy, like in content production, like we just run to the pages and to the airways and just pour the content there, but there's no strategy, which is what, if you want to grow a subscription base, you do have to think about how the news is delivered, when it is delivered. You have to think about all of those elements, because those are the things that, make the reader convert to a subscriber.
Absolutely. We have a question in the back.
My question is about scale. So each of your media houses seem to be producing very niche content, which is interesting and I'm sure very focused. But what are the limits of being able to do that kind of deep dive journalism against the everyday need to be able to provide salaries for your journalists, for your staff? And is scale an answer for you? And if so, how are you achieving that? And then secondly, the question of being able to produce the same kind of journalism across platforms, has that been somewhat of an answer for any of you in being able to sustain your media houses? So you have a story, Anant as an example, you have a long read, but you want to produce it as a TikTok. You want to summarize it that way. Does that drive both audiences and revenue to your platform? I'm just interested to know what you've seen.
Anant, maybe let's start with you, because you're in one of the biggest markets.
I think going from our own experience and again seeing other people's experience, I don't think scale is the only answer, and I'm pretty sure it's not. In fact, increasingly it's not the answer, I would say. Increasingly it's important to develop fairly nurtured, engaged communities of readers who would come to you not because they happen to chance upon your content, but because they want to follow your content. That requires you to go deep into something. It has to be a axis, whatever that axis. It could be reporting, it could be a certain subject matter, it could be a certain cause. One has to decide what will matter for them. So I don't think so scale is the only answer. For some publications, scale will be an answer for sure. But I think increasingly with the platforms, the way they are functioning, it might be better to sort of foreground engagement and deeply involve communities, and then the scale of it. And the other question that you asked about the long form content and creating shorts, I think that's a no-brainer. I think that's the way to sort of make sure that your content, if it's behind a paywall, and you want people to buy that content, how do you market it? There are so many innovative ways that are coming up. And in fact, linking it to the question, you have to pay salaries, newsroom operations. Your newsroom operations will be paid by, should ideally be paid by money from readers, because that is the most independent source of revenue you can ever get. So
I'm looking at you because you said would you say which reader is more valuable for you? I mean, definitely comment on the question, but from the point of view, readers coming from Facebook and then those coming to you straight, do you see which is more valuable for you?
Let me answer his first question actually. I think deep dive journalism or investigative journalism is not the answer, to financial sustainability actually, because the readers actually they need the news on a regular basis about the weather news, so many things they need it actually, like food. So deep dive journalism should be a integral part of our production, whether it is, particularly actually if you are a national outlet, if you are aiming to serve the national audience, So deep dive journalism, investigative journalism, which is very much needed, but it's not the answer actually, It should be an additional component, in your package to the reader. That is the answer. We need to provide a good news story. I want to say one word, particularly when it comes to chaotic, countries like ours actually. Credibility is the most important thing actually. Credibility. This is the number one. This is your source of money actually. Source of money. Because when things are turbulent, people are under the impression, where can I get the good source of information? Credibility. But you have to provide that in a regular and consistent manner. But occasionally, you have to do this deep dive investigative journalism. That is needed not for the sans special, journalism actually, feature. Deep dive journalism is actually, we cannot capture everything, We cannot capture other. We need to do, journalism is a mix of literature, a mix of science, and also, a mix of scholarly work. So just to cover those scope actually, we have to do the deep dive journalism. Thank you.
Jackie, do we have time for one more question, or are we over? The speakers will stick around, so you can, I encourage you to find them and ask questions.
Just very briefly.
Okay, last question,
yes,
very briefly.
Yes, my first question is, I know newspaper is endangered, and while you are growing your readership, I think you concentrating more on the digital platforms. I just want to have a very short question. Will newspaper die? Because I like to see the hard copy. Maybe that's what my generation cherishes a lot. If I do not see a hard copy, I don't think I'm reading the newspaper. Is my generation forsaken? That's number one. Number two, this is an ethical thing. I've been a reporter, I've been an editor, and I've also operated at chief executive level. Now, when you are talking about partnership, I don't know the parameters you are using in your different countries. I remember that when I was commissioned, I was also in public service. We grew a partnership with the newspaper. It was much later considered unethical by me. Because I said, okay, I will partner with you. Anything good about us, you must publish. Anything bad about us, you must not publish. I don't know whether that kind of situation exists with the experience that you have had.
Who wants to take this one? Motsunraya?
Okay, let me start from the last one. So the last one was not journalism. No such partnerships. I think that government officials should have their own public relations to talk about what is good about them. But I think that the media houses also have a responsibility to people to tell the full story. So one of the reasons why there is news fatigue is that it's all bad news. But it's not really all bad news in the world. You understand? We have a responsibility to tell all of the stories. So even if a government agency does something well, we should be able to report what is good about what has been done. I think that is what media is beginning to turn into, just anti-government, anti-good news. And then, that's why places like TikTok become like happy places for young people who want to escape reality and all that. I am not of the youngest generation, but I really believe that there's future for print. Personally, I believe that there's future for print. I love print. But I think that the print that will have future has to be dynamic. It has to be offering something that is way better, that is nuanced, that people want to read, people want to keep. Like I have a copy of the New York Times 60th anniversary of my country. because it's something I want to have, because it's niche, it is interesting. So the print that will survive has to do something differently.
Irma, Motunrayo, Anand, Sve, thank you, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, David. Fabulous. Thank you, everyone, for that, amazing insights. Okay, so we can invite our next panel up and invite everybody into the room now. Anybody who'd like to join us from the other session will be coming in as we go. You know what? Yeah, great. Okay, how are they going on water? Because I was thinking of taking one bottle. Yeah, they're fine. You sit where you like. I'll just do the intro. Okay. Yeah, I think you're better to sit and make it a conversation. Okay. It's up to you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let me move this. It's a bit in the wrong spot. Oh, okay. Here's the clicker.
Okay, one slide.
There you go. Yeah, and does anybody else have slides?
No.
No.
So you're doing the introduction?
Yeah, I'll just do the intro. Whatever you like.
Do we have just 4 people here?
No, it's missing. Oh, where haven't they put? Can you zip down and tell them Darina needs to be on that? I asked them yesterday
it's
about
5,
that.
Right?
Yeah, yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Hello, Jackie. Hi, how are you? I'm good, how are you? I haven't seen you
For a while. Huh? How's it been going? I know I don't get you haven't been running.
No, I don't mind. My ex-wife loved me from years ago when I was in who is a friend? Neighbors of Elena. So what a small world. So that's why nice earrings, I was gonna say.
Yeah. Okay, so we are really on the home track now. This is our last session for the day. And can I ask everybody to come in and take the seats so that we can get started, please, if we can have your attention. Okay, so we all know the old joke, right? That predictions are hard, particularly about the future. But here we have a few key thinkers of our craft that are really quite prepared to give it a go this afternoon. We have Garance Burke, Florencia Coelho, John Allen Namu, and Darina Shevchenko. And we also have the senior journalist, media researcher, and independent advisor, Alexandra Borchardt, to moderate. So I'll invite you all up to the panel, up to the stage. Alexandra has been thinking a lot about the future as lead author of the recently released news report, Climate Journalism That Works, Between Knowledge and Impact, from the European Broadcasting Union. So, Alexandra, take us into the unknown.
Now, right? Yeah, very warm welcome for this to this closing panel. That will be quite something because I have this wonderful, really, truly international, almost across the world cast. No, don't. No, Asia is missing, I think. So let's welcome everyone. There's Garance from AP. Right next to me is Florencia from La Nación in Argentina. John Allen, who's an investigative journalist from Africa Uncensored, and our special guest, last but not least, Darina Shevchenko from the CEO of the Kiev Independent. Well, very warm welcome. I'm here on the behalf of the Vienna Medieninitiative. I also had the Journalism Innovators Program at Hamburg Media School. I've just, and please would you put up, and don't worry, I have just one slide and then we'll get in this really serious talking here, this conversation, and I encourage you already to think about a question. Could you put up my one slide, please? That would be lovely. Or can I put it up? Do I just need to do this? No? Where is it? Hello? It just was up. Yes. Here, now, yes, and I just, this is about what's next for journalism, and I just tried to come up with a to-do list, and we'll discuss several topics of that to-do list. So this will be like being in a restaurant, ordering different things from a menu, different topics, but I have a to-do list here, and please complement the to-do list in your mind, because I came up with, right away with 7 things, and then I decided to stop, because obviously there's a lot more, but I feel free to add to the list. First thing here is we need to move from gut feeling to strategy, and we just heard that early on, particularly in an age of scarce resources, in an age of AI where you can probably produce an abundance of content. You really definitely need a strategy to make sense of what you're doing. You need to define where you're headed, and you need to measure what success will look like. So no longer this, from day to day gut feeling like, oh, this is what we like, so this is why we do it. Yeah, then the tech topic was all pervasive here, and we need to get from tech dependence to tech mastery, which is extremely important. Obviously, we will never ever be independent of tech, and Charlie Beckett said that yesterday, that obviously journalism has always been dependent on tech, on printing presses, on broadcasting systems, on now in the past few decades or years, decades, on platforms, but still there's no reason we can't be masters of this tech. And we heard earlier this morning in the TikTok panel, for example, that colleague from Deutsche Welle, Johanna Rüdiger, she said, don't produce for TikTok, but they're specialized in short form video storytelling, so that they can move from platform to platform. So really, you need to master tech very well. Yeah, this is also very important, from chasing the agenda to setting the agenda, and you realize I'm always doing these from-to statements, which I encourage my clients to do in strategic thinking. Where are you at now, and where you headed? From chasing the agenda to setting the agenda, also very important, because we learned a lot about investigative journalism that will be so much more defining in that age, where with an abundance of content, and investigative journalism is so much more about setting the agenda rather than just striving for reach by chasing the agenda. Next point is from serving the public, or this imagined public that used to be in our minds actually only as journalists, to serving and engaging with audiences. Because in fact, the public that we felt we have been serving was very often a very small share of the population, an elite public. And we learned on panels today that actually there are huge parts of the public that have been neglected. We learned that in that local journalism panel, because actually there have always been parts of the public that were not reached by journalism. Agnes Stenbaum of Shipset yesterday talked about news outsiders. So serving and engaging with audiences and strategically thinking about these audiences when you approach them, very important. This one is probably a hard one, and it's a much debated subject in journalism, and I called it, from both sides, objectivity to informed reporting, and I might add value-informed reporting, or at least North Star value-informed reporting, because something like human rights or knowledge about climate change and the preservation of the planet, or the preservation of democracy should be our North Stars as journalists, and we can't just surrender those to the both sides journalism that was praised so much in former times. But that's been a huge debate in journalism, and I'm sure this debate will be led a lot further. Next would be from a large publisher-driven to an entrepreneurial media ecosystem. And of course we will have the New York Times and the Washington Post to admire, and other large publishers that are very, very successful. But I think it's incredibly exciting that we have, particularly also in this room, to have this ecosystem of really entrepreneurs catering to certain communities, to certain audiences. And yes, it might not always be profitable, and we will really have to grapple about funding and what the business models are. But it's really a hopeful sign that this entrepreneurial ecosystem is emerging everywhere. And then, this is very close to my heart, because I just published the report, Climate Journalism That Works, from Knowledge to Impact, commissioned by the European Broadcasting Union, from climate change coverage to sustainability strategies. And this is full circle. You see here, strategy should be informing a lot of what we are doing as journalists. And I let that sit here, and then go to my panel, and I'll start right over there with Garance. You are an investigative journalist. You cover the tech sector. You cover AI. Could you tell us, and we learned a lot about AI in the beginning of the conference, and now we are closing the conference, and you are the right person to tell us, how will AI, from your perspective, change the way journalists are working, and what should be done about it?
Well, thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here with you and with my esteemed fellow panelists. I come to you from San Francisco, and OpenAI is just about a mile away from my house. So all of this feels very much both local and global from where I do my work every day. But it's also something that I feel is really important for us to embrace as journalists, whether that's embracing the need to investigate these tools and how they are changing our society, or whether it's embracing the possibility that these tools have to help our beleaguered newsrooms do something new and perhaps cut out some of the chaff from the wheat. I wonder if you could bring up the one slide I had back there really quickly. If you guys got that one. In any event, I wanted to tell you a little story which also happened about a mile from my house, which is I went to a pop-up museum right near OpenAI This was called the Museum of Misalignment. Misalignment is an AI industry term when what the engineers are seeking to do doesn't quite work out. Either what they're predicting on didn't manifest, there are unintended consequences. And so artists were trying to visualize and make very easy to understand what AI is for this public wandering in from the park on a Saturday afternoon. And what they came up with to really try to tell the public what AI is something called a spam bot. So Julia started us out with the idea of poetry bots, that these are simply machines that produce poetry. But I don't know if the slide will show, but what this is it's a little can of Spam. Are you familiar? This is a very American concept with preserved meat. And it just has little arms, and it's programmed to touch keys, and it waits very patiently for the program that hits its left arm and hits its right arm to mark each of these 4 little keys. That's all it does. So I just thought, it's so cute and it's helpful to think about. This is not an intimidating, technology that is out of our grasp as journalists. This is, a robot that essentially we can harness to power our journalism, to use the vast reams of text and photos that we've produced for new aims. And it's also a tool under whose hood we can really start to tinker. It's really not intimidating to think about getting inside of that can, right? So my aim here is to just encourage us all to do deeper investigations of AI and to really test out these bots, take them for a test run, see what programming lives inside, understand how they work, who they're impacting, if the models are intended, are performing as intended, and then also to think about the many ways in which creatively this could help our organizations in this difficult time.
Yeah, you said when we talked earlier, you said AI is everyone's beat. It should be everyone's beat. Maybe, you could encourage everyone here. Or what, for example, lots of people here from small newsrooms, what should they not be missing out on now? What should they really do right now when they step out of this door on their to-do list for a Monday morning?
Well, I think just having a better sense as to which of these tools or models is being used right now on your beat. In climate, for instance, another one of our themes, there are AI applications that aim to, through machine learning, understand which parts of a power plant have higher emissions, and then to, tinker with that to bring down the overall emissions of the plant. In child welfare, there are algorithms that help government agencies decide which children should be adopted or sent to foster care. In healthcare, if that's your beat, there were algorithms that were used to decide who received a vaccine and who had to wait farther down in the queue. In business, there's all sorts of ways in which financial companies are using machine learning to determine, different insurance rates for different kinds of customers. And I think all of this really bears our scrutiny as members of the press. I think that really is the strategy that will set us apart and help us connect more with audiences. We found that some of the stories that we did on the track series that I led for the Associated Press with colleagues around the world last year had some of the highest engagement scores of all of our stories, because people are really looking for a way to understand their world and how these digital privacy concerns and fairness concerns, real sort of basic moral issues, connect with the phone that's in their pocket and connect with their family or their community. So AP is working on some guidance for the industry. We'll have more on that to come, but I think that this is an opportunity where we can all really help educate one another and collaborate to do greater investigations across journalistic beats.
Yeah, so you said AP, that you also said earlier in our talk, AP has resources also for small newsrooms so that people could find what you were just talking about with AP?
Yes, this is on the product side, so I'm on the editorial side,
Sure.
but on the product side, we have a team that's working on AI solutions for small newsrooms. So if that's of interest to anyone, I'd encourage you to check out what the Associated Press is working on in an effort to help both support and lead the industry in using these tools in a way that's ethically appropriate, and hopefully bring some new creative solutions to some of our perennial funding and coverage issues.
Yeah, of course, there are more resources out there, and you remember, just in case someone didn't listen to Charlie Beckett yesterday, the London School of Economics has this Journalism AI project where all the resources are for free, so that is another thing you can use. Let me move here to Florencia. You are also a training editor, you're head of research and training at La Nación. How do you think journalism education needs to change to account for these new possibilities and opportunities, risks, whatever?
Spreadsheets. Like spreadsheets should be mandatory in first year of journalism schools and be in newsroom trainings, because most journalists, at least in Argentina, they don't like numbers, so they go to law school or journalism school. And we definitely, to be good reporters, need to understand how to use spreadsheets. So that would be my first advice. And
who of you can master spreadsheets? Raise your hands.
Not masters, like 10 functions. Okay.
Okay. It's not that hard, really, but not even just for incoming journalists. It's even something you can learn later in life, right?
And also, I would say alphabetization and how to work with developers. So to understand their logics, technologies will change or adapt, appear new opportunities, but how how developers work or how you can team with them is another, I think, important asset that you can get at journalism school if you don't get it at your newsroom to work with them. And as Garan says, alphabetization about AI, what can do, and also climate change. We are working on a project I was hired at La Nación like 17 years ago. I was the teacher of the internet for the newsroom and the directors of the company. And then we were on data journalism, and now I think I'm preparing a training for like the whole newsroom on climate change and biodiversity crisis, because as Garan said of AI, is happening in different topics, like in politics, in agriculture or agribusiness, in economy, new jobs opportunity, how the system of transportation has to change, the energy constructions, whenever sometimes articles come out of La Nación, that is a major national newspaper, and I see Twitter, like they are going to our next, oh, La Nación said that, and I said, okay, I have to train, like we have to alphabetize like so many people in the newsroom, because like they are in the news cycle and looks far, all the climate crisis, but it's not far. Like we have an international commitment with the Paris Agreement, and I think our strategy at La Nación has to be how we are going to work the next 7 years until the 2030, how we are going to improve our coverage on this and to help our audience make decisions, businessmen that read our national newspaper, politicians that have to take the decisions on public policy. Like we have a mission as journalists, this is the greatest story of humankind. Like corruption we have since Christ times, no? But this climate change that we have like a clock ticking, like, hey, we have to, like, we know we are in the business of, like in the new cycle of elections, of inflation in Argentina is 100%. You talk about annual, you talk about climate change and say, hello, I can pay my bills because it costs like 10% more than last month, but we won't be here like humankind is threatened. The planet will be here, like other planets are in the solar system without humankind inside them, no? So it looks like something fatalistic, what I'm saying, but we really should care about these issues. So training in climate issues and glossaries.
Okay, so we have already two things on the to-do list. Every reporter needs to do that. Every editor, like be literate on AI, be literate on climate change. So a lot to do. John Allen, moving to you. You were just nodding. You were nodding when AI was mentioned. You were nodding when climate change was mentioned. You are an investigative reporter, and you founded the outlet Africa Uncensored, that is an investigative outlet. Where does it tie in with investigative journalism? Will all of journalism be investigative in the future, because all the rest will be just, content that people can get from everywhere?
Well, I think parts of it will be, and I think what the interesting thing about investigative journalism, and it's interesting that you had, the to-do list of, running away from objectivity to, more informed journalism. That, for me, is where investigative journalism has sat for the longest time. We don't see the world in an objective way. We see it as having something wrong, and there's a certain value that we're working towards. And therefore, I think all journalism, in a sense, or at least major parts of it, need to be informed in this same way. And for me, the usefulness of looking at the world in this way is that way you're coming up with things that are more intrinsically useful to your audiences, right? So you're helping them make sense of what's happening around them, even if it's, investigative journalism at the community level. The goal, the ultimate objective is that I should get something out of the hard access that the investigative journalist is affording to me. And all of these things, artificial intelligence, for instance, is a tool to help you get there. I think, yes, it's important for us to think about artificial intelligence and start to inculcate that in terms of training, to think of data and start to inculcate that in terms of the education of the journalist in being able to do their jobs. But at the very end of the line, what are we trying to do? We're trying to give our audiences better context, better relatability to these kind of faraway things, and to answer questions for them that leave them less helpless. And start to change that metric. I think there was one of the presenters earlier, I think yesterday, who showed the figure about 32% of people disengaging from the news. I think that's a number that's responding to the fact that you can't really do anything with the kind of news that you're being given on a daily basis. It's overwhelming. So, but if it were more useful, if you could draw some context from it, and you use these kinds of tools to do so, then yes, then I think more journalism would be useful. More journalism would be paid for. This I'm saying anecdotally because, I'm in a room full of journalists who do useful stuff but are still struggling, right? But ultimately, that's the hope, that if people took this kind of investigative approach to their journalism, then it's kind of a no-brainer that AI, data, and all of these new and interesting tools would then become something that drives towards that objective.
Yeah. Very often people feel like when they hear investigative journalism, they always think like, oh gee, do we have to do Panama Papers now? I used to work for Süddeutsche Zeitung, so it's very big in my mind. Or what we learned earlier, the investigation on the chemicals and big time stuff. Does investigative journalism always have to be like, super big projects, dangerous projects, or can it also be your day-to-day investigation of day-to-day topics?
For sure, it can be, and I think in many instances, what you're hearing from the public is that it should be. Yes, we understand what the impacts of corruption are. I think I was having a conversation with someone about this over lunch. We understand what the impacts of corruption can be to the macro, right? But if, for instance, our lives, our dating lives are being changed by dating apps like Tinder and what have you. And there's certain aspects of that that need to be investigated. And yes, for sure, I mean, our social interactions are definitely worth understanding more. So everyday topics are those things that you want to be able to navigate. And it doesn't have to be like overly complex or complicated. Sometimes the hard access information is really right in front of you. A great example of this is what Charlie was referring to with Open Cities Lab in South Africa, developing a tool on finding your candidate. It's not specifically investigative, but it's information that's no longer on your timeline, right? Your candidate in an election. We worked with Open Cities Lab in Kenya as well, and for all of the stuff that we had done earlier in the year, that was the most popular website over the electoral period. We had millions of hits over the 2-3 days of the election. But that's a kind of hard access or harder to access information that people needed at that point in time, and it's not specifically, difficult. Coming back to the more traditional sense of investigative journalism, then you would want more nuance to things that are, that you interact with on a daily basis, so that there's some sort of manual for how to be able to live your life, or at least to add to your own knowledge of it.
Thank you. Darina, when you listen here to AI being discussed, climate change, climate reporting being discussed, that is definitely the biggest predictable risk for humankind. What are your feelings about it? Or actually, what do your colleagues actually do about it now that you're constantly required to do war reporting? Or can you still think about, the future, the strategies, whatever else you can do to serve your audiences?
That's a good question. Well, first of all, I don't think that war reporting is something separate from life. When there is a war in your country, it's not like, so let's report on the war, but also let's report on life. Everything that is life becomes war reporting. So there's no culture without war. There is no, medical assistance without war. There is no climate change without war. There is no any other problems. Anything is connected to war. It's everything is war reporting, and within that scope, I think that it's fair to say that climate change is the least of our problems right now. AI included, not very high on the list. But that said, I think it's a new reality for us as well, and people can adjust to a lot of things. And I think by doing that, in many cases, Ukrainian journalists started to report on all aspects of life that is war life, right? So it's war reporting, but it's also reporting on different aspects. That's been a journey, because when the full-scale invasion started 1.5 years ago, we mostly reported on combat issues. But once the adjustment period passed, I think we started looking into other aspects of life that didn't change the angle from war reporting to something else, but still it was sort of allowing ourselves to find life in the new reality.
Covering a war from the country that was invaded, attacked, definitely requires you to take sides, and we've brushed that topic of objectivity, of what do we do as independent journalists. How do you deal with that subject of with the topic of objectivity and your outlook on this? Because obviously you need to take sides in a war when you have to defend democracy and your country. How do you deal with that?
I think that everybody takes sides, and we've been fooling ourselves for long enough saying that we're objective about this and that, but every reporter reporting on a story takes a side. And I think the key is to report the truth, and that's what we are doing. We are reporting the truth. We are reporting something there that we're seeing with our own eyes. And also, I think
it's not, you know, for us it's an easy choice in a way, because, you know, we are there, we know what's happening. I think the challenge is much bigger for the international reporters to come and see what's happening and then admit that, well, there are situations when the other side is, well, forgive my language, fucked up beyond reproach. And you have to just say it and admit it, and that report the truth of what it is. Because, you know, you can try and you know, defend yourself with the humanitarian philosophical statements, there's something about, you know, whatever, but then there is evil. And when you are reporting on the evils doing in the world, you have to take sides. But as a journalist, I think you have to be very true to yourself in saying, well, I do take sides, but I also report the truth. And I think that's what Ukrainian journalists have been doing very successfully, despite the pain of reporting on the war in your own country, which is very painful.
Do you discuss this in the newsroom? Do you discuss, you know, how much can you celebrate a victory of the Ukrainian side? And forgive me the comparison, but it's like the discussion in the sports department, like how much can you cheer your home team? Do you discuss that in the newsroom, or is that pretty clear that, you know, this is, you cheer your home team, obviously?
Do we discuss? Well, there's no discussion. We're celebrating Ukraine's victories. I don't think that there would be someone who would be like, yeah, but let's talk about it as journalists. Should we feel happy about it?
No, I mean, did you discuss objectivity and how much do you have to cover the other side, whatever?
I don't think, I think we are all set on the main goal for us is reporting the truth. I think we discussed that. I think the bigger discussion for us was, well, not just for us, I think for many Ukrainian newsrooms. So do we at the same time report on the misconduct of our own government and our own country? And that is a hard question. Well, because the country is at war, the government, being a government, obviously is pushing us for, you know, not to do that. But the discussion we had was very simple and very short in a sense, because we do believe that critical reporting on our own country is helping our own country. Well, it's essentially preventing us from becoming something like Russia, right? So there is no, you know, there is no big debate whether we should or shouldn't do that. We know that we should. And we know that it's helping, even though, you know, our government might not like it, you know, in the moment, even though we might be criticized by the society or some communities and, you know, called traitors or something. But deep down we know that to build a democracy, you need strong critical journalism, and that's what we are. You know, we signed up for that from the very beginning, and no war will change that. Because I think the Ukraine's victories and, you know, all the cheering that's happening around Ukraine and saying, you know, Ukraine unexpectedly stood up to Russia. Well, it's not unexpected to us. That's because we've been building this democracy also by critical reporting, by building a strong civil society that is built on the basis of critical reporting. So we know what results it can bring, and we know how far it got us, and we are not giving up on that.
Yeah, and you know that so many of your people are prepared to die for democracy, which is probably also, yeah, confirms what you're saying. Garance, when you talk about at AP, at the Associated Press, about objectivity, it's a news agency. So I was raised, I did my traineeship in a news agency, the German press agency. So you're supposed to be entirely objective, no opinions, no bias, whatever. How do you discuss that topic in your newsroom? Because it is a big topic. A.G. Salzberger recently wrote this essay, this long essay, it's almost a book, in Columbia Journalism Review, and many other people, even the old Watergate reporters now, or the Watergate editors, talk about maybe objectivity as we learned it is not possible any longer. How do you discuss that at AP?
Well, we often talk about practicing rigorous fact-based journalism, and that is really our North Star. And I think that that's more important now than ever, at a time when the press is really under fire on all sides, to really be so close to the facts that we are not expressing our own opinions, inadvertently editorializing in our prose. We choose every noun, every verb, every adjective very carefully. But that said, I'm on the investigative team. I'm an investigative journalist, and I would identify with what you said, John Allen, is that, we're surfacing new issues in the public interest, and often these are issues that people have taken great pains to not have be discovered. And in that sense, we feel that we have a strong public service motivation to show society as it is, warts and all. And I think, if we're talking about reporting on AI, for example, there's actually a war connection as well. And in the US, some journalists who've reported on some of the AI companies that have a lot of influence at the Pentagon, for example, and the AI research to guide drones that are being deployed in Ukraine have been criticized of, oh, you're really letting China win on this one, right? And I think that it's a false dichotomy. I think our job is really to report the world as it is, and particularly when it comes to AI, to be transparent about what we know and don't know, and to be as specific and rigorous and document as much as possible. I think one thing that's been interesting to me is to work with some of the new technologies that are being piloted to help journalists authenticate what they're finding, to really display more of the documents. There's some ideas out there to have photos or documents preserved as part of a decentralized ledger so people can see that this has been captured online at a particular point in time and can't dispute whether the tweet was or not issued. So I think that there's ways that technology can help us be more transparent with our audiences, and in turn, that's what we need to do in order to keep their trust, is to show our work, especially when it comes to very, very technical issues like AI. But that's when we've seen that our work has had impact, because if you do work that stands up to criticism from all sides, hopefully you can help inform the policy conversation, because so little of this is regulated. So we've seen that when we're able to do that in a way that's rigorous and fact-based, then often the policy will follow and cite the work.
Yeah, and you can have a huge impact. Can't believe it's 4 o'clock already, and I would really like to bring the audience in here. So please think about your questions. Is there anyone who has a question right now? It's late, right? It's the afternoon. Think about your questions. I'll get back to you in a few seconds. So if there is a question, please let me know. Before we open again, or before the first person has a question, let's talk a little bit still about business models, because I sense that this is very much a topic that everyone here is so concerned with, because so many people are working for smaller newsrooms, and what could be, and if you talk that what's next in journalism, you need to find out what's next, what's the next business model, or is there one? Probably not. Any of you, maybe Tanya, maybe you can talk a little bit about your business model. I mean, you decided to publish in English, and yeah.
Yeah, so Q Independent is an English language publication. We only publish in English exclusively. We don't have a Ukrainian version or Ukrainian language products. I think it's been a niche for a while, and I think what we deliver is reporting that is enriched by context. That is something that is very hard to get when you're doing parachute reporting from outside. You come to Ukraine, you do a story, you go out. We don't do that. Most of our staff are Ukrainian, so we're inside the country. We know the history of the politics, of social life, of business. We know who's been who 10 years ago, and what are these people now, and that's something that international reporters don't have, so that's the value we are creating. And our business model is, well, we are mostly reader revenue based. So we have around 10,000 paying members. Also, I think around 40,000 people supported us with one-time donations over the last year and a half, or a year probably. But that said, I am a big believer in diversification. I don't think that it is particularly smart in this time, in this, I don't know, century, to be dependent on one revenue stream. Whatever that revenue stream is, there are no perfect revenue streams. I've seen how advertising market died overnight in Ukraine, and it just collapsed. And I know media outlets who were 100% dependent on the advertising. They were proud of it. They would make good money. They would develop and grow, and but in just a few months, they have to just eat up all their, cash cushions and, just be left without anything. So we are diversifying. We are also syndicating content. We are also doing advertising, well, as much as we can right now. We are also going into publishing and making money, just little here and there on programmatic and stuff. I think it's important to have the way to, we also have donor funding. Part of it, we also have private donations. And every one of these revenue streams is extremely important for us because we don't know what will grow next after the next crisis. So basically what happened to us is when we planned for the business model we're having now, we didn't think that readers' revenue would be the basis of it. My bet was actually on advertising. But, well, in just a few months, it became clear that it's not advertising, that advertisers, cut their budgets or, cut off their budgets for marketing, I would say, and there's nothing. And because we had all the infrastructure set for the reader revenue, when the invasion started and our international audiences felt like they need to support Ukraine and specifically support Ukraine through the Kyiv Independent, support the critical journalism. They, found the infrastructure that we set up for the readers' revenue that wasn't huge back then, and just in a few months, a lot of people joined our community and started donating to the Kyiv Independent, and that's how we became reader revenue based. So I think it's smart now to make sure that you are investing enough resources to set up the infrastructure and the thinking for different revenue streams that you can be covering that are, corresponding well with your values and whatever you do in the, as a publisher. And then just be ready to see what's working in this particular period of time and then invest more resources into that.
Yeah, very important message here, always diversify. And I can see that sometimes with big publishing houses, they are all set on reader revenue or something, and it's almost a religion, and then, suddenly something happens, and if you're not prepared to take the necessary steps, it's bad news for you. Janella, maybe you can tell us a little bit about your business model.
Yeah, sure. So we've got about 3 main sources of revenue. So we have donor funding. We also do commissions, so we produce investigative documentaries and sell them, some syndication. We also now are trying to build training for journalism as one of our revenue streams. We realize that that's a bit of a gap. We have, experimented with membership. That's not a very big thing for us at the moment. But we're hoping to start looking at other avenues, including advertising. But the main 3 ones for us have been that. The challenge for us is being able to find the right balance. So when we started, we were, I'd say, 80% donor supported. But donor funding cycles are very fickle, especially on the continent, and especially in the face of the many other competing priorities that they have around the world. Africa seems to tend to always be the runt of the litter when it comes to the priority and the choice when it comes to things like investigative journalism, which seem to be secondary. So every few years you'll see a changing priority. So for us, it's really important for us to have a very good balance that leans away from donor support, but looks more to the audience, more in investing in communities. And I think this is where AI for us will be really, really important in changing or helping us kind of like leap forward.
Yeah, that's also an important message, though, that you're selling your training skills. So you're selling basically your talent, in a way. We heard that earlier also on a panel, selling talent to others, because actually with all the new skills that journalists need to acquire, they become so much more attractive on the labor market, also for others, and that's something to keep in mind. Florencia, with La Nación, Argentina is always it's in a difficult economic situation, inflation, everything. So what is your...
So La Nación has subscriptions, digital subscriptions, paper subscriptions. Of course, it has advertising, and they are also doing business in real estate. So they are like media party of real estate projects, and now they have invested in an arena for entertainment, so we're having lots of musical shows, and they got staff to look at the internal comms, because they are giving away tickets for the musical shows. So now that's in the same mail that the Human Resources Department announced. So everybody looks if they have one ticket for the next shows. Every month you have to, I would like to go to this musician or this art performance. So the arena has been like also helpful, not for only revenues, but also for staff, no? Because it helped with the internal communications.
So what are your secret plans about print? Do you have secret plans for phasing out print, or do you still think print is going to be a thing for a long time?
Like this month, we publish the Sunday magazine, for example. Now we have problems with importing paper, illustration paper, so and so they are going to do like special sections for Sunday with conversations, and two different sections instead of the magazine. And I think it's going to continue decline. Like I don't read like newspapers since 1997. I have to, because I have it by my side in my desk, but I already like read this on Twitter, like or online yesterday, no? So I take a look to some stuff. So I don't know what is going to happen to print. I assume that it's going to be like but this is futurology, no? Like a weekly editions. Like when I was a child, I loved to read. There was a magazine called the Reader's Digest, and it was at a farm, a long summer, and I used to read that. I think that long reads, curated long reads, could be a way of analysis of politics, economics, no? Because the breaking news, you have it in another platform. But this, I'm not like the voice to speak for La Nación on this. It's only Flor's opinion. Okay.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's really, those of you who are still relying on print heavily, it's really a good idea to digitally activate subscribers, because, you know, once time comes, maybe it's getting too expensive, too costly to serve them. Any questions, or is everyone waiting eagerly for the final words, the closing of the conference, the nice Vienna sunshine, the strudel, the palatschinken, the whatever else? No questions? Ah, there's a question right here, first row. Is there a mic?
Hi, everyone. Thank you for this very valuable discussion. So my name is Alexandrana. I'm from Vienna, from the Content Creation Lab. And I do content actually for media and journalists here in Austria. So I would be very much interested in your experience in AI. What kind of applications, apps do you use in AI that are ethically okay to use in investigative journalism? If you could share a couple of apps and yeah, just examples. I mean, yeah.
Sure. Well, I can speak from personal experience. After the January 6th insurrection, we were leaked a huge archive of the social media site Parler, if anyone remembers that one. And it was just so much data. There was no way that we could go through it, you know, to review post by post what had been talked about in the days leading up to January 6th. And so we ended up partnering with an AI company in Silicon Valley that helped us to build an algorithm to parse through this massive social media platforms archive that came to us as a leak. And that was extremely helpful to be able to devise the algorithm to take out, you know, the messages and posts from particular users that we were most interested in. I think, you know, you've heard from Lighthouse reports over the course of this conference and Julia's work. I think there's a lot that we can do using machine learning, computer vision. There's a lot of amazing OSINT work that's been done in Ukraine with the assistance of AI-powered technologies, sort of a la Bellingcat, right, that can help us really identify areas that are ripe for journalistic inquiry. And so I think that's hugely promising. But again, it's sort of this element of really understanding how these models work so that we can apply them in our journalism, so that we can investigate these models and their sometimes disparate impacts in our society, particularly in communities of color and in marginalized populations, and then also understand these models well enough so that we can apply them, you know, perhaps to generate new revenue streams or to, you know, do different kinds of work that wasn't possible before. But I think that basic understanding of what goes into the model is really important so that you can proceed ahead ethically with whatever application you seek to make of it. That would be my 2 cents, if anyone else has any ideas.
I don't think that, I think AI that is creating content, well, first of all, it's just not good yet. So it's unethical because it just sucks at this point of its development. But the AI that helps you find the patterns or parse through big data or something like that, I think it's ethical to use, and everything that is out there to help you do the low value work, you know, I don't know, create, you know, self-titles or stuff like that. I think that's all right to use in any kind of work, investigative journalism or not.
Yeah, for us, with some of our follow the money investigations, we've used OCCRP's Aleph tool to help us with you know, network analysis. We've used other stuff like for, you know, I don't know if it's AI really, but you know, stuff like Invid, Tinai, just to be able to help with fact checking of posts and stuff that we'd have in our investigations. But like she said, things like ChatGPT, etc., I don't think are good enough to start, you know, using or including in investigations. Maybe to play around with to help simplify or to, you know, to shorten the amount of time that you have to get a framework of the kind of research that you'd need to look into at this point in time. But I don't think you can include it, you know, at the end, at the final, at the production stage of your storytelling. But largely, it's been those two.
Okay, so that's the advice for Monday morning, the latest. Sit down and do that list, you know. What do I need to do in AI? What do I need to know? What do I need to invest in? What do I need to think about? Should I not use it for yet, maybe? So that is the future of journalism, only part of it. We could only touch certain aspects of it, but now the floor is there for Jackie to close the conference. Thank you so much, everyone here on that panel. I would have loved to discuss even longer, but that's what we could do.
Thank you very much, Alexandra, Garance, Florencia, Darina, and John Allen. I think you've kind of helped us at least see a little bit more clearly into the mists of the future, or help us find our way through that. So that's it for the Media Innovation Festival and the IPI World Congress. That's a wrap. Run the presses, as we used to say. We're done. But now the real work starts, right? It's when we take away all that we have heard, that we've shared, we've learnt, that we've chewed over, and we use it to ensure that we're really able to continue to serve our communities with great journalism, with the great journalism that the democratic project demands. Because there's one thing that we do know, and that is that no one else is coming to rescue us, right? No one else is coming to rescue journalism. The people who can build independent journalism and sustainable media to meet the demands of the moment, and who can create the space and freedom to do the journalism that we need, well, it's all of us. And over the past 2 days, we've seen that plenty of people here are already moving, and it's time that we all really, make sure that we're keeping up. So thank you to all of you for being part of this AI moment in journalism. You being here, arguing, debating, thinking and rethinking has really given this Congress the power that it has. Thank you so much to all of our speakers and moderators who've shared their experiences and ideas, provoking and inspiring us. We have a really wonderful global network here at IPI, and I think over the last couple of days we've really seen that in action. And if you're not already a member and you think that, this is the home for you, then please reach out. I'd really love to talk to you about that. And, we're 73 years young and I think as vibrant as ever. So we have a wonderful team here, and Franne is going to join me here now, I think, to say a few words and thank the team. I'd just like to mention a couple of people who've helped, particularly with the Congress. It's been a pleasure to work with Scott Griffin on co-curating the program, and I hope that you all enjoyed that. And of course, Grace, who has really been the centre and held it all together, made sure that you all got here. And of course, my team, we all work together on the Media Innovation Project, Ryan Powell, Teona, who I hope that you all had a chance to meet, and Catherine Edwards, who is based in the UK but has been following it all and reporting on Zoom. So, see you at the ball, safe travels, and Franne.
Thank you, Jackie, and thank you, all of you who have traveled from, as they say, 4 corners of the world to be here with us. It was really touching for somebody to tell me that it was one of the rare conferences where the journalists from Europe and the West were in a minority, which is a great tribute to IPI and IPI's network. As we all know from recent years, hybrid is good, but in-person events are irreplaceable. So thank you all for coming here. But I need to also thank everybody who helped us make this a reality. Our sponsors, the European Union, the Erste Stiftung, the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, Friedrich Naumann Foundation, and the National Endowment for Democracy. Also, big thank you to the Austrian Foreign Ministry, which has been working with us to help us ensure that all of those of you who needed visas were able to come on time, which is a usual issue in many countries and many events. And just to note that the Foreign Ministry in 10 days' time will have an event in this exactly room to mark the 30th anniversary of the World Conference on Human Rights and to address human rights challenges, which include artificial intelligence. But these are some of our just largest supporters. I'm grateful to everybody who made the last 2 days a reality. And as Jackie said, most grateful to the staff and incredible colleagues who have worked day and night and many nights. And it's a real pleasure to work with all of you who bring ideas and solutions and how we can do and achieve more. So I would like to ask you for a round of applause to the IPI team who put this together. There's one more person who I want to especially thank this year, somebody who this year is celebrating 30 years of dedication to press freedom and IPI, and who embodies the spirit of cooperation and solidarity of the founding principles of IPI. So Chris, you're really amazing, and we are so lucky and honored to work with you. So, I don't know if this is on purpose, but it totally matches your outfit. Thank you. Thank you. And I think, as Alexandra mentioned in the last panel, now it's the moment to enjoy Vienna. Take a stroll, go for dinner, and I look forward to seeing many of you at tonight's Press Freedom Ball organized by the Concordia Press Club, the oldest press club in the world. And the ball has been part of Viennese tradition since 1863. So those of you who are joining us, but those of you who are not joining us, we are working on the next World Congress and the Media Innovation Festival, which will be next year in spring. The Media Innovation Festival will be traditionally here in Vienna, and the location for the World Congress is something that we are still working on and will communicate to you in the near future. But thank you all very much, and see you soon.